whispering with co-counsel. Just try to cover the side that faces the microphone.
Oh, okay.
That microphone picks it up, and we can kind of hear it in the room.
Thank you for
sound.
letting me know. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
May I?
You gotta talk to the judge.
All right. Yeah. I know.
Here's your first copy, here's the final. I'll give you those,
And Judge, I have my witness in the courtroom. I can ready to rock and roll.
You're currently missing my witness, Judge, but he appears on his way.
from the one I forwarded yesterday?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Ashford said that he was on his way.
Okay.
So he said supposedly.
Supposedly.
Patty, can I steal a mouse?
Oh, sure.
Clear next, yeah, for my next witness. Thank you so much.
And do you have the old charge?
Yes, you ordered that.
Yeah. And I'll give you the new.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So that part hits your chin, covers your nose like this.
Yes, I made some additions and. And of course, depending on
Yeah, that's perfect. Or if you want to put both restraining part and put on over your head too, but that'll be sufficient. I know it's not super comfortable, but.
seated. Go on the record. Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you. Now, the state is ready to call their next witness.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, before the state calls our next witness, the state would ask that the court take judicial notice of the return date of this indictment, which is November 19th, 2020.
The court will take judicial notice of that fact.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call William Cheney.
Thank you. Sir, you are under oath already, are you not?
No, Your Honor.
Not yet? Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take it, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Cheney. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
William Essex Cheney, William Essex Cheney.
Now, Mr. Cheney, I flew you in here this morning, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you come from?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City, and so you took an early morning flight. Was your flight okay?
Oh, yes.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for being here. Mr. Cheney, can you tell the jury where you're currently employed?
I work for a company called Procon Analytics in Irvine, California.
And what is Procon Analytics?
We provide vehicle tracking services, primarily to help people get their cars back if they're stolen.
Okay, so is that what we would think of as a GPS tracker?
Yes, that's one name for it.
Okay, and now will you tell the jury a little bit about kind of the technology of what a tracker is or does?
Sure. The tracking device is a GPS receiver, so similar to your cell phone. If you pull up Google Maps and you can see where your location, there's a GPS engine in there that figures out the location of the vehicle, and then that information is transmitted back to our servers on the internet via a cell phone connection, again, just like your cell phone data connection in your phone. We'll then take that information of the location of the car and store it, and if a customer wants to see where their car's been, they can pull that up using their phone or a browser, or if the vehicle's stolen or something happens, then we can send that information to the police and they can get your vehicle back.
So this device is placed somewhere on your vehicle, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just so that we're kind of clear on what you just talked about, the device itself, is it able to transmit information through GPS, through geolocating, as to where that device and presumably that vehicle might be?
That's right.
And you articulated something about it being kind of like a cell phone. Is the data transmitted through GPS signaling as well as cell data?
The GPS are these satellites orbiting the Earth that help you calculate the location of the vehicle, and then that location is then transmitted back to our servers, our system, through the cellular network.
Now, as part of your services, do you have a specific kind of clientele? Are there certain folks that will purchase your services and your GPS devices?
They're primarily sold to retail customers like you and me. We provide wholesale services to car dealers, and so we've got about 500 different car dealers around the U.S. that will offer the service to their customers, and then those folks will sign up for a service plan.
So if I'm a dealership like Del Rio Auto here in Dallas, if I wish to purchase one of these, purchase a device or a subscription, can you tell us about how that process would work?
Well, we would work with that dealership to set up a business relationship so that they would actually purchase these and put them on the cars while they're still in the lot. That allows them to manage their inventory. And then when a vehicle is sold, then the customer buying the car has the option, if they want, to sign up for this service as well, so that their vehicle is protected.
So with the device, if you're a dealership and you've had someone, you've sold a vehicle, and that vehicle owner, this new vehicle owner, acknowledges receipt of the GPS device or that it will be on the vehicle, are you then able to manage or track the device and that location of the vehicle through your service?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regards to the device itself, we talked about, you know, the GPS satellites that exist. Are you able to provide or pinpoint exact location of where that device and that vehicle might be?
Within a few feet, yes.
Within a few feet. Are you, and then with regards to these devices, are there specific serial numbers that are associated with that device?
That's right. Every single device has its own unique serial number, and then when it's installed in the car, that's associated with the specific vehicle, the VIN number or some identifier, and that's kept in our database so that we know when we get information from that serial number which car it's associated with.
So let's say a dealership is trying to make sure they don't lose out on this vehicle and that they're going to be paid properly by the buyer. How does a dealership track the vehicle? What kind of means would they utilize with your service to be able to make sure they know where the vehicle is in case they need to go back in and repossess it?
Right. If it's being used for that purpose, then typically they won't look at the information because unless the vehicle needs to be repossessed if the customer stopped paying, and then in that case the lender or the seller of the car can access that information and use it to get the vehicle back.
So presumably they have an account with your service,
They would, yes.
and they could log in and then locate or isolate where that vehicle might be.
That's correct.
All right. So with regards to this case, are you aware of a tracking device serial number AGA OGC -5003 866743 being placed on a Chrysler 300 for a dealership by the name of Del Rio Auto?
That's correct.
And were you asked do you typically maintain custody of the records of each of these devices?
Yes.
And within these records, do they contain certain identifying information like the date and time of the communication, the event type, speed of the vehicle, latitude, longitude, and the potential physical address of where that device might be?
That's correct.
And is that kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it is.
Were you asked to submit or provide this documentation either to the Del Rio Auto or to the Dallas Police Department?
Yes. We
All right. Now, we've already actually admitted State's Exhibit number 169. At this time, the state would ask to publish State's Exhibit number 169, which are the GPS records specific to serial number AGA OGC 5003 867743.
You may.
All right, Your Honor, give me just one moment, please. Okay. Actually, let me do one quick thing here. Okay. All right. Mr. Cheney, to your left, there's a screen that's kind of tilted. I know that's kind of hard for the court to see, but is it, with the permission of the court, I'd ask that
Yes.
we'd be able to move that screen around. Let me take care of that. Right. It's kind of hinky. 1 second. Good?
Yeah.
All right. Are you able to see what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 169?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to make it a bit larger. I know it's kind of hard for the jurors to see on these screens. So give me 1 second to do that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So, Mr. Cheney, are these records for that same serial number that we've been talking about here in State's Exhibit 169?
Yes.
And I asked you earlier if these records were certain information like the serial number of the device. Do we see that in column A of States Exhibit 169?
That's correct.
We see UTC date time here in column B. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the date and time of the event kept in Greenwich Mean Time or Universal Time. So.
Okay, so that is the standard time that everyone else will use. And so here in Texas, we know that we would have to subtract or either 5 or 6 hours. But this is in universal time coordinated.
That's right.
All right. And then we see a column C here, event type. Do you see that column?
Yes.
What kind of information is gleaned from column C?
This gives us the reason that event was sent. So the device is programmed to send location upon certain events. For example, if the car started up, then we'll send an event. Every so often while it's moving, we'll send an event. If there's a stop, then we'll send an event as well.
Okay. So I'm actually going to scroll all the way to the top. Here on line 2, we see a date of September 8th, August 7th, 2019, power connected or reconnected. Then we see in column D, speed, MPH. What does MPH stand for?
Miles per hour. Yeah.
And what's the information that can be gleaned from column D?
So that will be the speed of the vehicle at the time of that event, calculated by the GPS system.
And then we see in column E and column F, latitude and longitude. What's significant about column E and F?
Well, that provides you the location on the Earth and latitude and longitude where the vehicle is during that event.
And then the last column here is address. Now you told us you work in Irvine, California. We see an address of 17361 Armstrong Avenue in Irvine. Is that address significant to you?
That's the address of our facility. That's
okay.
right.
So we know, at least here in row 3, that this device was at your facility back on August the 7th of 2019.
That's right.
All right. So we're going to kind of scroll down here. We're going to talk about some of these dates specifically. Now we know from for the jurors, just to remind the jurors for just 1 second. We know that this Chrysler 300 was purchased on September 4th, 2019. Now, and I just published Case Exhibit 159 there. Let's scroll down here. Now we see a series of numbers here on the very far left of this screen. Are these what we would call line numbers?
Row numbers, yes.
Okay, so let's go to line 4175 for September 22nd, 2019. So I am going to expand this just a little bit more. Hopefully the jurors are able to see all of this. Okay, perfect. So I'm showing you line number 4175 on States Exhibit 169. We see in that first column the serial number that we've been talking about. And we see a date of September 22nd, 2019. We know this is in UTC. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And so this would be 5 hours ahead here in Texas. We see the event type is moving. And I want to kind of talk real quick about the event types a little more. We see here, like in 4173, the word stopped, but in 4175, moving. Can you kind of distinguish what those mean?
Stopped is if we've detected that the vehicle has stopped moving for a short period of time. And then once the vehicle starts moving again, then we'll send an event that's labeled that.
Okay, so let me go back to 4173 just to kind of make sure we're distinguishing. In line 4173, event type is stopped, and then we see spot speed miles per hour at 0. What does that indicate to you based on these records?
Again, that the vehicle stopped and the speed is 0 because it stopped.
Okay. Now, how often are the GPS locates going to the device to kind of track where the vehicle is?
If it's stopped, then it depends on the service, but I think in this case we were sending events updates every hour or so. And then once it's moving, then if we detect the vehicle's moving, we'll send an update every couple of minutes, every 2 minutes.
Every few minutes if the vehicle is actually in motion.
Right.
All right, so moving on back to 4175 for just a second. In the event type here, we see that it's moving, however, the speed shows to be 0 miles per hour. Can you tell us what that means?
In that case, probably the vehicle just started to move, or let's see.
Could it be that the vehicle
Or
is
is
idle?
or is idle, or is about to stop. Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, the vehicle is turned on, perhaps the engine is running, but the vehicle is not turned off. We know that.
Correct.
And we all, I think everybody's probably driven a car before. We've probably been parked with our vehicle running, and we would not be moving at that point, so we would be going 0 miles per hour. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the latitude and longitude. Now let me draw to line 4176. We see on September 19th, 2022, the vehicle stopped 0 miles per hour. We have a latitude and longitude, and we see an address of Beulah Place. For the court reporter, that's B-U-L-A-H, here in Dallas. Now, I know you're not from Dallas, but we also see that the address, the physical address, is only indicated when the vehicle is stopped. Why is that?
We choose to do that because when you're moving, typically it doesn't have as much meaning, right? If I give you an address, but it was somewhere along Interstate 15, then really the latitude and longitude and looking at the map to see where the vehicle is more meaningful. When you're stopped, then we'll convert that latitude and longitude into the closest address using a database and a lookup table, basically.
So significantly here that I want to draw attention to is this address actually lists an area of, or sort of a range of 4753 to 4787 Beulah Place. So we don't actually have one physical address. Why is that?
The database would be huge if I put every single specific address in, and so the latitude and longitude are accurate, and then I'll give a range of street addresses that correspond to that.
So this device and this Chrysler 300 are at Beulah Place on September 22nd, September 21st, in the area between, physically at least, of 4753 up to 4787. So
That's right.
All right. And then we see again, so we talked about how it was stopped here in 4177. We see that the vehicle is moving, and we see between 4176 that there's about a 10-minute difference between these two. And that would that indicate to you that the vehicle has started moving, or was at least parked perhaps, or the vehicle was turned off at that time in that 10-minute period?
Stop during that 10-minute period, yes.
And we see that the lats and longitudes are very, very close to each other. Is that right?
Right.
So the vehicle appears to be in the same area
Yes?
and is going about 8 miles per hour. So it's at least indicating that the vehicle is beginning to move forward or drive.
Correct.
And then if we continue going down, let's scroll down to, and the latitudes and longitudes here between 4177 up to 4181, they appear to be very close to each other. Is that fair to say?
Yes?
And then the same thing with the latitudes. They appear to be very close to each other. So can we assume that this vehicle is still in the area of Beulah?
Yes.
And then moving on, we see another stopped at 4181 on September 22nd. Same lat and longitude and the same physical address. And this is at 117 UTC, so about 5 hours before that.
Right.
All right. Now, we're going to move on to line line 2, again for September 22nd, again we see that the vehicle is stopped, 0 miles per hour, and it's in the same latitude and longitude. And again, it's still in the Beulah area, or around Beulah.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to move to line 4213 now. Now, this is, again, September 22nd at 4 a.m. UTC. 0 miles per hour stopped. Again, we see the vehicle in Beulah, in that same address range. Is that right, Mr.
That's
Payne?
correct.
I don't know if I mentioned line 4192. Again, in the Beulah area. I kind of keep reiterating this.
That's correct.
Going on September, no, we did that one, and then 43. Okay. 4385, again, we see this vehicle is around 12 Beulah Place. September 23rd, now this is September 23rd, and we see that this is at 0026 a.m. UTC. So that would be about 5 hours before, so about 7:26 p.m. Is that right, Mr.
That's
Jenkins?
correct.
Again, the vehicle is stopped, and we can see at this point, that the vehicle continues to remain in this area based on the latitudes and longitudes. They're very close to each other for a period of time.
Yes.
All right, now, moving on, let's get to September 23rd, 2019. All right. September 23rd, 2019, we have the same serial number. This is UTC at 7/12/25, and I'm talking about line 4515. And we see that that vehicle is at 0 miles per hour, latitude and longitude. Appears that we're in the same area here, right in the line or two above at 4513 and 4514. Is that right?
Yes.
The latitude and longitude appear to be very close to each other, so in the same area. And then at line 4516, September 23rd at 7/13/45 UTC, which would be 5 hours before, which would be at 2:13 a.m. We see that the vehicle is stopped, 0 miles per hour. And we see that that vehicle's physical address, at least, is 4911 Monarch Street in Dallas. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that vehicle is at or near a latitude and longitude at 32.808301 and minus 96.7.778254.
Correct.
Then that latitude and longitude remain very close to each other here in 4516, excuse me, and 17. We start to see that the vehicle in line 4517 is moving at 2:18 a.m. or 7:17 very slowly at 7.46 miles per hour, and then it's 0, 0 at line 4819, 4518, and 4519. Again, all still in the same area. The latitudes and longitudes are all the same, or very close to each other.
They're very
Is that right,
close.
Mr. Cheney?
That's correct.
Let's talk about line 4519. Now this is same date, UTC of 7:19, which would be 2:19 a.m. The vehicle is at 0, it's stopped, and we see that the vehicle is now at an address range of 1801 to 1915 North Prairie Avenue in Dallas. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, I know you're not familiar with Dallas, but does it appear that Monarch and Prairie are very close to each other based on these latitudes and longitudes?
It does.
And then we start to see that the vehicle is moving and is at line 4520, and it's moving at about 6.21 miles per hour. It's leaving the area of North Prairie, and it begins to drive.
That's correct.
Now let me draw your attention to line 4528. At this point, now we are talking about, it is, again, September 23rd, 2019, UTC of 7:36, which means it's 2:36 in the morning. The vehicle is stopped. There's 0 miles per hour, and now the latitude and longitude show that the address, physical address, is around Mill Place in Dallas.
That's right.
All right. All right. Now, ultimately, I know you tendered these records to us, being law enforcement and the DA's office, but let me draw your attention to 4512. Okay. Now, this is September 23rd again. September 23rd, 2019 at 4:07 UTC. We see that the vehicle is at 4241 Capitol Avenue in Dallas. Is that right? As a physical address.
That's right.
And it appears to be stopped.
Yes.
It could be idle at this point, just on but not moving.
That's right.
Now let me draw your attention to around September 30th of 2019, excuse me. Let me get to line 4533. Now, this is line 4533, September 23rd, UTC of 11:17, so that would mean 6:17 in the morning. We see a new event type called that says sleep on. What does that mean, Mr. Cheney?
If the vehicle stopped for a period of time, then the tracking device goes into a lower power mode. It monitors for queries, but helps to save energy and save the vehicle's battery.
It monitors for what? I'm sorry.
Any queries that we might send for a requested location or
Queries.
command.
And so I didn't ask you about that. Mr. Cheney, do you have the ability to tap into a device and determine on your own if you don't see a signal coming from that device? Do you have the ability to tap into that device and gather information as to the location?
We can, yes.
Okay, so in this case, when we see sleep on, it's to conserve the battery so the GPS device doesn't die.
So that the whole vehicle battery doesn't run down.
Now, I didn't ask this. How is a device able or capable of maintaining energy and continuing to transmit information? Does it have its own separate battery? Does it rely on something else? How does that happen?
It relies primarily on being wired into the vehicle's electrical system, so the 12-volt battery in the car, when the car is parked, will power the device.
So even if the car is turned off, can the GPS device continue to have battery to continue to transmit information?
Yes.
And how does it do that if the vehicle's turned off?
The electrical system and the 12-volt battery in the car is still available, and so it uses the power from that battery.
Okay, so it continues to transmit information even if the vehicle's turned off.
Correct.
All right, so we see on the right before, 45:32, that on September 23rd at 9:19 UTC, which would be 2:19, excuse me, I'm doing my math wrong, 4:19 in the morning, that the vehicle is at 4229, between 4229 and 4231 Carpenter Avenue. And it actually continues to remain there until we see line 4538. The reason I want to draw your attention to that is the line directly below it, so we see that it is at September 23rd. We see on 4513, 2 hours later, that it goes into sleep on mode. We see at 16:49, which would be 11:49 a.m. on September 23rd, the vehicle then goes into auto locate, and we see that for the next 3 entries. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Yes, so if the vehicle's not moving and you're parked for a while, then it will check in every hour and basically allow us more certainty that the vehicle hasn't moved and the device is still working.
So that's when you're tapping into the device to make sure you're gathering information as to the whereabouts of that device and that vehicle.
We're not querying it, it's just every hour waking up and saying, I'm still here.
Gotcha. Thank you for correcting me. And you said it's every hour, so we see in line 4534 that that is at 16:49. Then the following line at 4535 at 17:49. So 1 hour later, we go into that auto locate or that query mode. Then again, in line 4536, we go in 1 more hour after that. It's doing the auto locate. And this is on September 23rd, September 24th, and September 25th. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, following that, in line 4537, we see a new term that we haven't encountered yet, and that is wake up. What does that mean?
The tracking device is coming out of that sleep mode, and so it's reactivating, and we'll report when that occurs. Typically, that means the vehicle is being started, and so we detect the vehicle's battery is starting to be charged, and so we'll wake up the tracker.
Okay.
It will wake up itself.
And we see that for those 3 days, that vehicle remains around Carpenter Avenue. At least those four transmittals. Is that right?
Yes, it was parked.
It was parked. And so line 4538, we see GPS acquired, which is what we saw at the very beginning of the records. And again, we see that the vehicle appears to be in the Carpenter area, and these lats and longitudes are all almost the same.
That's right.
So let me move you on to the next line here on 4539. This is September 26th, UTC 133. So 5 hours before that would be, I guess, 8:33 p.m. The vehicle begins moving. And we gather information in line 4533, the vehicle is stopped. Same date, September 26th, UTC 159, so -5. And that vehicle is at around Redbird Lane.
That's right.
And then we see that, and that's at 159, that vehicle is there for about 10 minutes, give or take, and it begins moving, or at least we see the transmission is moving very slowly, 6.84 miles per hour, then 3.11 miles per hour, then 3.7 miles per hour. And then the vehicle stops here at line 4558, and we see that the vehicle is at 1129 East Ledbetter in Dallas,
That's right.
and continues to remain there. Let's scroll up here. So starting with line 4558, that's September 26th at 2:16 UTC. So that would be 9:16 p.m. on the 25th of September. Thank you. The vehicle goes into kind of another rotation of stopped, sleep on here in 4559, and that's about 2 hours later. Then in 4560, the vehicle is we're doing the auto locate to check in or to confirm the location, and that's at 1749 UTC, which would make it 2:49 p.m. on the 26th. And then there's another locate on September 27th
That's right.
And that continues on through line 4564, where we, actually, before I go into that, let me go into 4562. We see a new event type here, and this is September 27th, 2019, at 2246 UTC. So that's 1046 UTC, which would make it 5:46 p.m. If we see a low battery status, what does that mean?
The tracking device monitors the voltage of the car battery, and if it drops below a certain level, about 11.5 volts, then it will report that that's happening, and then go into an even lower power state to save power. So it indicates that the vehicle's battery is low, and because 10 seconds later this next event power disconnected, it probably means the car battery was disconnected from the vehicle.
So at this point, the GPS device does not have the ability to maintain any energy or connection because it's been disconnected from the power source.
It has a small backup battery inside the device, actually, so it can continue to report for several hours after it's been disconnected from vehicle power, but it won't last for more than that.
So in other words, if, and I imagine you probably dealt with this before, if someone removes a device from a vehicle, the device continues to transmit information because it has its own internal battery?
That's right.
All right, and that's what we see here in lines 4564 through the end of these records at 4571. We see 4564 after the power is disconnected, which means it's not connected to the battery of the vehicle. We see a GPS acquired status. Does that mean that the device is attempting to identify where it is located?
Yes.
And it continues to remain located at 1130 East Ledbetter, same latitudes and longitudes that we see from earlier.
Right.
Now moving on, we see kind of another unusual activity here. On line 4565, September 27, 2019, at UTC 2307, so that'd be 2300 seconds. That'd be 11 p.m. UTC, which would make it 6 p.m. on the 22nd. We see that the device is moving. However, we don't have a physical address. We do have latitudes and longitudes, and we see that it's moving at about 4.97 miles per hour. What's the significance about this particular transmittal?
Just that, it's moving at a low speed.
Does that mean it's still attached to the vehicle?
I can't say for sure, actually.
But the vehicle, but the device itself is.
Well, it's in a vehicle. It's moving.
Okay, but you can't say that it's still on the Chrysler 300.
Right.
Now, line 4566, we see that about 16 minutes later from that prior entry, it has stopped. It is at 0 miles per hour. Now we see that the device is at 2822 Child Street in Dallas and remains there for the next several entries, which would be here in 4567. About a minute later, we see an auto locate. So the device is attempting to identify where it is.
Correct.
And then line 4568, about 30 minutes later, so this is now 2347 UTC, or 1147 UTC, which would mean it's 647 Central Standard Time. We see an auto locate again, so that's about 30 minutes later. Still continues to remain at Child Street. We see in line 4569 a power reconnect, and that is September 28th, 2019 at 5:59 UTC, which would be about 12:59 Central Standard Time. What's significant about this entry?
So the vehicle or the tracking device has now been reconnected to the vehicle's power, 12-volt power, and it will report that. So it's no longer running on its backup battery, it's now running on the vehicle power.
So
again.
it's connected to something.
Some vehicle power.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's connected to the Chrysler 300.
Correct.
It could be connected to another vehicle?
It could be connected to any 12-volt battery.
Okay. Now in line 4570 and 4571, now we're talking about September 30th. How come there are no records between September 28th in line 4569 and September 30th in line 4570 and 71?
We can't tell.
You can't tell what? You don't
We don't know.
You don't know what's happening with the device?
Right.
Okay. And then here in 4570 and 71, we talked about this being September 30th of 2019, UTC 1649 or 4:49 p.m. UTC, which would make it 11:49 on September 29. We see GPS acquired, and then we see power disconnected on the following line. Those addresses are 2302 Lolita Drive. What's significant about these two event types in 4570 and 4571?
Well, GPS acquired means that the device woke up and was able to locate where it was and reported that. And then power disconnected again means that the device was removed from 12-volt power supply.
So we see that the device now is no longer active after this time, after line 4571.
There were no more events after that date. That's right.
No more events, okay. I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense?
Mr. Cheney, the device can tell us a lot, but it can't tell us who was driving the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it can't tell us the number of people in the vehicle.
No, it cannot.
Could have been 1, could have been 2, could have been 3, 4, 5.
That's true.
Okay, no further.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nothing further from Mr. Cheney, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Greg Gamble. Actually, Judge, could we just have 1 second?
Yes.
Judge, I think can we approach real quick? There he is. Yep. Perfect.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Jamal Hardy.
All right. All right, sir, you've already been sworn.
Yes, ma'am.
Still under oath. Thank you. Can you move over that,
Moment.
yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, are we gonna give the witness a clear mask?
Yes, Ms. Holt, can you give him a clear mask, please?
I'm okay with it.
We need you in a clear mask, so the parties can
Oh,
see
okay.
it, yes. Statement, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hardy, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Jamal Hardy, Hardy.
And Mr. Hardy, how old are you?
39.
Now, Mr. Hardy, I want to start with something, you don't want to be here, do you?
I don't have no reason to be here. The only reason why I'm here is y'all had me come up here for another charge, and you subpoenaed me to court. And I told y'all on the phone that I ain't have nothing to do with nothing. And you told me, well, you're gonna have to come up here to the courthouse. You and that little short man that's behind me.
All right, so needless to say, you don't want to be here, only because you're subpoenaed.
Basically,
Okay. I'm going to go through a couple of things with you. Generally, where are you from?
East Dallas.
And how long you lived in East Dallas?
All my life.
And do you have family in the area?
Yes.
And generally, where's your family?
On every street.
In North Dallas?
East
South
Dallas.
Okay, all in East Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait till the question is done.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and so I'm going to go through a little bit of things as far as your criminal history, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you do have a conviction for unauthorized use of motor vehicle, correct? Back in
Yes.
2003?
Yes.
And you also have a conviction for a burglary of a building back in 2005, correct?
Yes, they don't have nothing to do with what I'm here right now.
We will get to that in just a second if you don't mind. And again, in 2005, the same burglary building,
Mm-hmm.
you have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
In 2007, an assault, family violence,
Yes.
and so moving forward a little bit, you got a conviction or probation for engaging in organized criminal activity.
No, I served time for that, sir.
You eventually got revoked and got 15 months.
Uh-huh.
You have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so after that, you end up getting a conviction for manufactured, delivered, controlled substance, correct?
Yes.
And you served time for that.
Yes.
And now you currently have a pending charge for evading the arrest of motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you have an attorney present in the courtroom next to the short man.
Yes.
And so you have that pending, and it looks like you may have some other drug charges pending. Is that correct?
No. I only have evading arrest in the vehicle, and all these charges is due to the fact that y'all been having these people.
Okay, but just
investigation for 4
don't
years.
go into the facts
Okay,
of
that's
the
what I'm
case.
saying.
Alright.
Like y'all said y'all want me to tell the
Mr.
truth,
Hardy?
and I'm telling you the
Mr.
truth.
Hardy?
Yes, ma'am.
You will only answer questions
Okay.
that are asked. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Hardy, I met with you in July with your attorney, my investigator, correct?
Yes, and my kids and their mother.
Okay. But we met privately in my office.
Yes, because y'all subpoenaed me in the hallway, sir.
Okay. And so at that time, we informed you as to why we want to speak with you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Now, I want to take your attention back to September 22nd, 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was chilling on the other side of the projects by the pool with a few of the people from the projects. We was out chilling, smoking, drinking on the edge of the curb.
Okay. And where does your mom live at?
4838 LCFA Higgins, apartment 4203.
So that's an apartment?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you go to your mom's house?
I left and went from the other side and went to the other side because I got a phone call that it was 2 cars parked in front of my mama's house, like 6 people in each car. And I left from over there, went on that side. The neighbor had got my mama's keys out the back door. And when I pulled up, I walked straight past her, went in the house, got my weapons, put them outside the door, and went and talked to my nephew and asked him what the fuck was going on.
Okay.
Mr. Hardy, what's your language?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you see, what kind of cars did you see out there?
It was several cars out there, sir.
Did we discuss one particular car?
You pointed out several cars, sir. You said several cars had trackers on them, and 2 of them was mine.
Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Was there a white Chrysler 300 out there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know who Larry Jenkins is?
that's my nephew.
Okay, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes,
What, can you identify by article of clothing he's wearing?
he's sitting next to his attorney. In the article clothes, he got on a blue shirt and a black tie.
Now, let the record reflect the witness identified defendant of the court.
The record will so reflect.
Where was Larry located?
My nephew was sitting on the curb.
Was he near a vehicle?
No, he was nowhere near a vehicle.
So he wasn't near the Chrysler 300?
No,
Okay. And do you know, so why'd you go over there?
I got a phone call.
And so you got a phone call, well, what was the phone call about?
People sitting inside of a vehicle.
And so, what people were inside of what vehicle?
It was 2 cars parked. It was a white Chrysler. It was a brown car behind it and a black car behind it. I come from this direction. Instead of in the first turn in, where they can see me turning in, I didn't come in that way. I came in the way like if you're coming up from the back road and I turned in, I parked behind my Cadillac. I was in a gray Chrysler 3. I walked in the house, went in, got my weapons, sit on my side of the door, and walked up to my nephew.
Okay. You walked up on who?
My nephew.
Why?
Asked him what the fuck, asked him what was going on.
Okay. Was it unusual for them to be over there?
For people to be parked in front of my mama's house and a lot of people in cars, yes, my neighbors called my phone.
Okay. And so you didn't want them over there. Is that fair to say?
I didn't even know they was over there.
Well, I'm saying at the time when you went to get your weapons, as you said, you didn't want them over there in front of your mother's house.
No, because it looked strange, like they were trying to break inside my mother's house. It was the whole purpose of me going flying from one side of the project to the next side of the project. It doesn't look right. They were sitting there inside of the cars, like they like said, it was like 6 people. Like both cars got 10 on them. So when I pulled up, all you could see is a whole bunch of heads in the car, and I didn't even see my nephew until I got out of the car and walked past him and walked in the house and came back outside and walked right up on him and asked him, "Hey, what's going on?"
Okay. And so, did you call some people over?
Yes.
Who'd you call over?
I called my cousin Terrence Walker, my cousin Peanut. I called my homeboy Spider, and I called Country.
Now, who's country?
Akeem.
Arking Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have to say
Yes,
or no.
yes.
And so they all came over?
Not all of them. Not all of them. And Akeem did not pull up. He did not pull up. He would lie to you and tell you he gonna pull somewhere, and the dude did not pull up. Only people that pulled up was my cousin Peanut, Terrence Walker, and my boy Spider.
Okay. But were you hanging out with Arking earlier that night?
He pulled up on the other side by the swimming pool, where we was all chilling and smoking and drinking.
Okay, so you were hanging out with Arking. Who else were you hanging out with, smoking and drinking?
It was a lot of us. It was a whole lot of us down there by the swimming pool, man. It was a whole lot.
Okay. And so, did you see, during that period of time, you see Michael Lucky?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was over there too?
Yeah, all of us was on that side.
All right. Michael's over there.
Mm-hmm.
You guys say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Give me one second, y'all. Okay, and you don't recall when we met on 7/27 telling me that you saw the defendant sitting squatted down by across 300 with the door open?
No, he wasn't. I didn't say that. I told you he was sitting on the ground about my price of 300, right by the fire hose. When I got out the thing, when I got out of my car and walked in the house, when I came back out that door, when I put that burn up against that door, that's when I seen my nephew sitting right there on the ground. He was not. Here go my 2 cars, and where he was sitting at, it's a little fire hose right here on the edge of the curb. He was sitting right there beside the fire hose, so I didn't see him when I walked inside the house. When I came back out the door, that's when I seen him and walked straight up on him. When I walked up on him, and asked him, "Hey, what's going on? This don't look right." He was like, "What you think? What you talking about, That was it.
Okay, you said it looked like they up to something.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was that Chrysler 300 in the area, the white Chrysler.
It was the right Chrysler 300 parked right there. A brown car parked behind it, or the Chrysler 300. A black car parked behind that car. A red Jeep. Like,
And you wanted everybody from around your mom's house.
and I ain't want nobody around my mama's house. My mama died. She died in the house with me. She was fighting for cancer. So my mind thinking is, damn, these people out here parked in front of my mama's house. Let me get over here before they try to break in there and think something in there. Because since I've been home, I wasn't cutting her before I left. I was doing illegal things. This time I came home working and doing other things to get it the other way. You feel what I'm saying? So when I pulled up over there, I don't want nothing to happen to my mama. I don't got number 1 mama. Ain't nothing in there.
Okay, and everybody end up leaving?
Yeah, they left. All of us left after I talked to my nephew, me, Spider, Peanut, and my cousin Terrence Walker. We all left. I went to the club. They went back home.
Okay. And what's this area called generally?
East Dallas, Texas. What you mean?
No, like with those streets.
My mother's street, over there, it's gonna pop up. It's 2 streets it's gonna pop up on. It's gonna pop up Viking and Mill. My mother lived at 4838 Elsie Faye Higgins. It's a little curve. As soon as you come from under Dolphin, it's a little wheelchair ramp. 5 holes right there. My red Cadillac was parked right there. I pulled up in the gray Chrysler 300. My neighbor that called my phone, he's a football coach. He lives on the end. So while we was outside, he walked outside like, "Bro, you all right?" I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, it didn't look right, did it?" He say, "Man, you talked to your nephew?" I say, "Yeah, I talked to him." He said, "Ain't nothing going on." Boom, after I talked to my nephew, I left. We all left.
Backwards with y'all?
You may.
I'm going to show you a map, all right, that's marked as States 173. Does this depict Fraser Court? Kind of overhead view. It's at Mill Street.
Yeah.
You see, we got your address flag on Hudson Bay Hick.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a true and accurate depiction of the map of Fraser Court area?
Yeah, because it's the school. It's the other side right here. But y'all ain't got the part where the swimming pool at, or neither the car wash.
Okay.
Y'all ain't even got the stoves on there.
Okay, but this is just
That's just look like
a little map.
a map with some whole bunch of apartments. The only how I'm gonna know this my neighborhood is because it say Elsie Faye Higgins and it's showing a little bit of Fruit Street. That's it.
But you know how a Google map looks, right?
From the earth.
Yeah, well, just the streets name.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You think, okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state will offer 173 to the defense not to any objection.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 173 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. So you said Viking,
Viking and Mill.
Viking,
Mill and Viking runs together, sir.
and Mill Place.
Mill Place and Viking runs together. It's Viking before it turned into Mill Place. And that kind of look like the old projects.
And you see Mill Place up here as well?
Uh-huh. You got Mill Place and Mill City, sir.
Okay. Is Beulah in that neighborhood as well?
You passing it up there, go right there. You see at the top part up there where it says Viking, and then it turns into Mill, go up. Right there with your finger. No, go back down.
Okay.
You see where your finger is right there, where that little curve at right there? You see that little streak that you could get to when you get to that curve? No, pass up that first left, go to the next left. My mother lived right there in that building with the green top on it.
Can we let him allocate himself?
That may be better.
Yeah. We'll let you do this yourself. That way you can tell Lady Jim that you're. This way. I'm gonna try something. You can touch the screen.
This my mother building right here. This my mother building right here. Right there. The fire hose is right here. See that little dot here? Right here.
You can.
Let me show you. Right here. You drag this up. My mother's in the third door of this building. It's 6 doors on this road right here. My car was parked right here. It's a little fire hose right here. The Cadillac took up that much space. My nephew was sitting right here. Like we got a little wheelchair, bro, and I didn't see him when I first got out the car. When I walked in the house and walked back out, if I wouldn't have seen him, I would have walked straight up on one of them cars. Cause you seen a whole bunch of heads in them cars. And my partners and my cousin was already coming. I keened again. Called my phone, bro, I'm on my way. And after I talked to my nephew and he told me what was going on, I left. I ain't had nothing, I left. My mama was in the house and my mama's boyfriend was just enough to get off work and we eat chicken, man.
Okay. But it looked too suspicious. You want everybody out of there.
Yeah.
I'll pass it with you, John.
All right, defense,
Can I press the witness,
you
Judge?
may.
You described several cars,
Yes, ma'am.
and I just want to make sure the juror understands where your cars were in relationship to these cars that
Yes, ma'am.
you did not want there. Okay? So I'm assuming they're all kind of in a line.
Then right here, this little curve right here.
Okay.
Right,
Can
let
you?
me show it to you.
Sure.
Okay, right here, this little curve, you got,
Okay, you gotta really touch it to make it.
okay, this right here,
Uh-huh.
these all senior roads,
Okay.
right? So these parking spots are already taken by seniors. Visitors parkings are pulled up right here. What those cars was, they was like right here, it's a big old tree right here, right?
Okay.
And those cars was parked in front of the tree. So those people, those older people, they been knowing me all my life. So when they called the phone, and then right here was my neighbor. This the lady next door that got my mother key from out the back door after my homeboy dropped off in the dust bowl. Him right here, he was one that called my phone. He was like, bro, they don't look right outside.
Right. Because they're parked in a place they're not supposed to be
They're not
parked.
supposed to be parked. They was right at the edge of the curve, like right there by my mother's door. Like right by my mother's door. Like if you walk out the door and you go into that little wheelchair ramp, they're pulling up like 1, 2. Then another black car was right here.
So then if we were to say that the wheelchair ramp were right about here,
Mm-hmm.
the cars you wanted gone were on this side,
Yes, ma'am. Right here.
and
Put it
your
on.
nephew was over
Here
here
go.
on this side.
Here go the wheelchair ramp.
Okay.
Here go the little fire hose.
Okay.
Cadillac DTX. I pull up right behind that booth. Right? Everybody that pulled up behind me pulled up on this side. On this side of the street right here, you gotta remember it's the wheelchair ramp, right?
Right.
All right, remember I told you when I came back out the door, my nephew was sitting right here.
Right by
So
the
you
ramp.
wouldn't even see him,
Okay.
right? The neighbors called because all of these cars was parked right here. 1, 2, 3. They ain't never seen on that side
Okay.
before.
So these are the cars that needed to go,
Yes,
and these are your cars,
yes.
and you're saying the person you're referring to as your nephew is my client Larry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was over here.
He was waiting over.
Okay. Did you ever introduce yourself or speak to the people in these
I didn't
cars?
say shit to them, but I speak my language, but I ain't say anything to them.
And did you even recognize anybody that was
They
in
was
those
still
cars?
sitting in the car.
Okay, so they were too far in the car for you to see
No, I'm
faces.
talking about, they was all sitting in the car, like each car, each one of those cars that was sitting right there, it was people sitting in it.
Okay.
So when I walked up on my nephew and I asked him like, what's going on? He was like, oh, ain't nothing going on, huh? I was like, all right. So I went back in the house, talked to my mom. She was like, all right, baby, go, he could get ready to get out of work. I was like, all right. When I pulled out, last person I talked to was Spider. Me and Spider pulled out at the same time. He went one way, I went the other way.
Were these cars still there, or had they
They
gone?
was still there.
They were still there.
Mm-hmm.
Was your nephew still there?
He was still right there. His little girlfriend came outside. Well, whoever has That he was over there right there, the second door to my mother's house.
So he was over there to see a girl.
He was over there seeing a girl.
Judge? Abby, do you have a sticker for the? Please. I guess. You tell me. I'm gonna do what you tell me. So I'm gonna show you this drawing that you just did a few seconds ago. We've now marked it with a sticker as Defense Exhibit 4. And this little dot area you're saying is Larry.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are your cars.
These are my cars right here. Cadillac and the Chrysler 300.
Hardy's cars.
My Chrysler 300 is the gray.
Okay.
This Chrysler 300 was
And,
white.
and these are the suspicious cars.
These are suspicious cars.
Alright. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
This time, defense would offer Defense Exhibit number 4.
No objection.
Defense exhibit number 4 is admitted for all purposes.
So what you're saying is that what was going on over here near your cars didn't have anything to do with what you were worried about, which was over here.
You say what again, ma'am?
What was going on over here?
Can't see.
Sorry, shoot. Y'all gonna make me mess with this stupid machine. I never do it right. I hate this machine. Okay. What was going on over here with these cars had nothing to do with Larry and your cars.
No,
Okay.
because I didn't even see him walk over there to them cars.
Okay.
He didn't even walk to them cars. When I walked out the door, I walked straight to my nephew.
Okay. So, but at the time you left, you don't know what happened
I
after
don't know
you
what
left.
happened after that.
And you don't know who the people were that were in
I
those
didn't see
cars.
no other faces or anything.
You
And
had,
the question they asked me about Michael Lucky, that's when all of us was on the other side.
I was just getting to that. Thank you for helping me with that. You saw him when you were over at the
On the
pool.
other side by the pool, that's on the whole other side of the project.
That's when you saw Lucky. Did you
Yeah.
ever see Keith Johnson over there?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him around this area where Larry
No,
was
ma'am.
waiting for his girlfriend?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Okay. Any other questions?
One question.
Okay.
What time of day was this?
This was nighttime. Like it was nighttime. We had them been on the other side chilling all day, man. It was like we chill. Like once the sun pretty good to go down. One thing about East out of Texas, we gonna chill, man.
So it's nighttime.
It's nighttime. Not dark, not pitch black. You saying like pitch black? It's lit up over there where we at, man. You can't shoot no slugs this way. You can't do that. Not with me.
It's whatever you say it is, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the defense?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
May this witness be released.
No objection.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy, for release.
All right.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Greg Gamble.
Thank you. Mr. Granville, you're still under oath. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Gamble. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yeah, my name is Greg Gambrell, G-R-E-G. Last name is G-A-M-B-R-E-L-L.
And Mr. Gamble, will you please tell us where you are currently employed?
I'm employed with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
So you work for the same office that both Mr. Taylor and I work for?
That is correct.
All right, and what do you do for the Dallas County District Attorney's Office?
I'm the graphic and, specialist, as well as the digital multimedia evidence specialist, and I'm certified as a subject matter expert in call detail records and geolocation analysis.
So can you tell the jury a little bit about what your duties and responsibilities consist of in your current position?
Yeah, so I will receive call detail records, any type of location records from carriers, from cell phone carriers. I process and analyze those, as well as any other digital evidence that comes into the office, if it's video, audio, and I prepare it for the prosecutors for a trial process.
And so you would do that for both me, Mr. Taylor, and I?
Yes.
If we made those requests of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what your educational background consists of?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's of graphic design and visual communications. For the call detail records, as I mentioned, I'm a certified subject matter expert. That consists of over 200 classroom hours of training and real case work. To get the certification, I attended a 40-hour course, and then there was a 1.5 years of workshops and peer review on national cases that the instructors at the class provided.
So, Mr. Gamble, when it comes to specifically what we're talking about here, when it comes to cellular mapping and geolocating, can you tell the jury, you talk about your training, where have you been trained, or who have you been trained by?
The first training was with the FBI, and the second class that I went to was by the United States Secret Service. After that basic kind of introduction to the field, that's when I started attending classes that were held by ZX, which is a company, and that's who currently holds my certification.
And so are you currently certified as of today, September 15th, 2022, as a subject matter expert in the area of geolocation and cellular detail records?
Yes, ma'am.
And analysis. All right. Now, Mr. Gamble, we talked about ZX. Can you tell the jury a little bit about what ZX, what that company does?
Yeah, so ZX provides a program, a web-based program called Tracks, and it enables you to upload raw records from cellular carriers or GPS records from Google, from Facebook, from any of your applications, your web-based applications. So they provide, like I said, the web-based platform to upload all these records. I've loaded in one set of records over 1.5 million lines of records before. So what it does is it maps these records according to the latitude and longitude coordinates that are provided in these records, and they create a visual that is through Google Earth. So you're able to kind of visualize all these records on a map.
Okay, so when we talk about these types of records, for instance, and we're going to get to specifically what you did in this case, if T-Mobile sends records to law enforcement or to the district attorney's office, do they provide certain types of information like date and time of a communication, whether it's an SMS or a phone call, latitude and longitude of towers, and physical address of that, where that call or communication may have been made?
Yeah, once I receive the records and process them, and each carrier, the records are a little different, but as you were saying, each line of record consists of who called who, a text inbound and outbound, whether you've accessed the internet using your cell phone device, whether you've accessed it through a cell tower, through their network, and it'll have a time and a date, as well as the tower that was used, the sector of the tower that was used, and the antenna that was used.
So can you take those records, and I forgot to ask you, are they provided sort of in a PDF, an Excel spreadsheet, or something else?
It depends on the carrier, but mostly an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, and so in T-Mobile's case, do they provide those records in an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, they do.
And when you take those records, are you able then to put it into the software Tracks, which is maintained by ZX, and then create a map in a sort of a digestible way to understand what that device is doing?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to take records from a GPS tracker company as well and do the same thing with those records if
records that contain location history on a latitude and longitudinal base are able to be mapped within Google Earth, and that's what the Tracks program does within ZX.
So you'll take these files, combine them, put them into tracks, and then what kind of file is subsequently created?
So it creates what they call a KML file. It's a keyhole markup file, and all that means is that it is plotted locations from the raw records onto Google Earth.
Are you then able to isolate or create an animation specific to certain dates and times?
Yes, depending on what you've entered, it'll take the first record and the last record, and it'll put it on a timeline-based kind of platform that you're viewing in Google Earth, and you're able to navigate through that program at any specific time that the records entail.
Okay, so let's talk about States Exhibit 170. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to publish States Exhibit 170, which is the cellular mapping as well as the mapping explanation guide that's already been previously admitted in this case.
You may.
All right. Now, Mr. Gambrell, let me take 1 second to get set up here. Are you able to see that,
Yes.
your PowerPoint there?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about what cellular technology can do, or what kind of information we have and then we'll go specifically into the animation that you created here. Here on this cell mapping kind of reference guide, can you tell us what we're looking at here when we see cell site markers? What are those?
Yeah, so this is going to be the location of the cell tower following the latitude and longitudinal coordinates that are provided.
And so we see what kind of looks like a matchstick, right? It's a black base with a red circle or sphere on top of it. What does that help us how does that orient us when it comes to looking at the cellular mapping?
Yeah, it's a pin, if you will, a pinpoint, and it's pinpointing location of the tower that is provided by the cellular company.
Okay. Now, in the next slide, estimated handoff range, we see what looks like a red blob on this slide. What is this?
This is, as it says, the estimated range that the device would be in when the record is captured. It best represents the heat map of a radio frequency, and it covers approximately 120 degrees of the 360 degree beam width of the cell tower.
Okay. Now, kind of going into the next horizontal plane or H plane of this presentation, we see that red blob or that handoff zone. Are handoff zones called something else as well? I know we'll probably use those words interchangeably.
Yeah, it's the estimated coverage area of that sector, that 120 degree sector that is on the cell tower.
So I didn't ask you this, but a cell tower, you keep talking about 120 degrees, and I know we're about to go into it, but just to kind of give jurors an understanding of what you're talking about, is a cell tower essentially 360 degrees? It's a circle.
Yeah, most cell towers in the urban area, in the city, you've seen them along the highways. They consist of a triangular top that holds the antennas and the coverage so that they can get 360 degree coverage. There are antennas that are placed every 120 degrees.
Okay. So this particular site that we're looking at, that red area would be the coverage area of that cell site at that particular point.
Of that sector, correct.
Of that sector, which we'll go into in just a second. We see here in the next slide an arrow pointing up. What is the significance of that?
That is just showing the direction that the signal is leaving the tower. If the red dot there is where the pin would be, showing the tower location.
All right, now let's talk about the sector orientation. You talked a little bit about that. We have a clock here, which is 360 degrees. Is that right?
Correct.
And is this sort of just to help the jurors understand what the cellular technology looks like?
Yeah, this is just a visual to help kind of exactly what you said, show the coverage of the cell tower.
Okay, so we have in this clock, we have the arrow pointing at the 12 o'clock, which would be straight up. Would that be 0 degrees?
Yes.
All right, and then in the next slide, we have the second arrow at the 4 o'clock, which is 120 degrees. Is that right?
Right, so if the cell tower company set up their tower to face this sector in that direction, to cover that 120 degrees, this is what it would look like.
Okay. And then in the next slide, we have a third arrow at the 8 o'clock hour. And so now we see that this circle or this clock has been divided into 3 sectors.
Correct.
And then here in the next slide, we see a thinner black line at the 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 10 o'clock hours. What's the significance of those lines?
That is just indicating the center of the 120 degree radio frequency bandwidth. And they refer to that as the azimuth, and that is the strongest part of the radio frequency signal, and that falls directly in the center of that 120 degrees.
Okay. Now we see an overlay here in the next slide on our clock. Can you explain a little bit about what this means here?
Yeah, this is just once again a visual representation showing that coverage of that sector is covered by the blob, the overlay, and showing that it covers the 120 degrees.
Now, blob's not the technical word, right?
No,
It's overlay or handoff, is that right?
Correct, and it is referred to as the H-plane,
The H-plane.
the horizontal plane.
Thank you for correcting me. And then we see 2 more blobs, or more properly called overlays or handoff zones, that are now on top of this block. What are the significance, or what does this show to the jury to help them understand your testimony?
Yeah, this shows the 360 degree coverage from a specific cell tower.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next slide, we have a visual of what appears to be a overhead view of a Google map, and we have at the top of this slide mapping explanation. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking here at this slide?
Yeah, this is just an example of what you're going to see in the mapping, and multiple horizontal planes, coverage areas, handoff areas being shown, multiple tower locations in the 2 different pins, and as you'll see a number by each pin, and that is the correlating line item number of the Excel spreadsheet that the records came in.
Okay, so let me actually talk about that before I go to the next slide. So here, okay. So here we see that red blob or the handoff zone, and I've circled that for the jurors, and there's a pin that, and I don't know that y'all can see it, but it's marked as 1860. What is the significance of a number, line number like that, 1860? What does that mean? Yeah,
so the records came in an Excel spreadsheet, and so from 1 to 50,000, this would be the 1860th record captured within those records.
Okay, and then so we have the pin, we have it also designated in red. Then we see a second handoff zone here to the left of this screen with a pin of 2991. What is the significance of that?
So yes, the different colors would indicate 2 different sets of records that have been handled. And for the visual display, one was done in orange and one was done in red. And just indicating once again the 2991 for that set of records would be the 2,991st line of the record.
Okay. Up in the left-hand corner, we see the timeline slider. And what's important about that or significant about that?
Yeah, so the map that we're looking at, you see, is Google Earth. And once you upload and the track system ingests all these records, they were put on a timeline-based visual, as you see. And within that time slider, I'm able to navigate and move around to a specific time and as well as a place on the map.
So I'm just going to run through this rest of this presentation, and, which is you've already testified to all of this, but so we can tell at this point that these 2 devices, at least in your example, are at different points or locations contained within this map. They're not in the same area.
Correct, and this map is just for a visual example.
It's just an example.
Yes.
These are not the records that we asked you to look at. Is
No,
that
ma'am,
right?
no,
All
ma'am.
right. So let me draw your attention to a set of records for a T-Mobile phone number, 214-482-6381, which has been already admitted as State's Exhibit number 162. And then State's Exhibit number 169, which was a set of GPS records for Chrysler 300 with a serial number of AGA OGC 5003867743. Did we ask you, Mr. Taylor or I, ask you to map these sets of records and sort of the visual that we just saw in your examples?
Yes, you did.
And did each of those records contain certain identifying information like dates, times, latitudes, longitudes, physical address, things we've already discussed in your testimony so far?
Yes, they did.
And did you generate a KML file of the raw data, which would be all the records in this case?
Yes.
Did you subsequently generate a specific animation to September 23rd, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in these records, the GPS records and the cell tower records for that phone number ending in 3681, could you tell the jury if the records came in Central Standard Time or UTC or something else?
Yeah, these records came in UTC, Universal Time Coordinated, and they are 5 hours ahead of Central Standard Time, and I converted them to Central Time for this visual.
Okay, because in Texas, we live in the Central Time Zone.
Correct.
All right, so the records would have come in UTC. That means they're 5 hours ahead of what we are here in Texas.
Yes.
At least during September of 2019.
Correct.
All right. Now, all right. So now I'm going to continue to publish State's Exhibit number 170, and this is your animation that was created combining records for State's Exhibit, combining the raw records of State's Exhibit 169 and 162. Judge, do you mind maybe dimming the kind of the interior lights just to assist the jurors? I know that it's kind of hard to see.
I was in the middle.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, so Mr. Gamble, at the top of this presentation, it's about a 7-minute and 45-second animation. We see some language. It looks like did you add those headers at the top of the screen?
Yes, I did.
And we see a date of September 23rd, 2019, between 1:56 and 10 seconds a.m. to 2:41 and 30 seconds a.m. Are those the records we asked you to isolate?
Yes, they are.
In the upper right-hand corner, we see what appears to be a key. Can you tell us what that key is or indicates?
Yeah, this key shows that on the mapping, the blue pin, the blue dot, represents the GPS tracking device and the records from that device for the white Chrysler 300. And the red pin and the red overlay that you'll see, that represents the T-Mobile records that I received for the phone number 214-482-6381.
Now, in that key, you have the name Larry Jenkins associated with 214-482-6381. Is that information that was provided to you by the prosecutors regarding this phone number and who it belonged to?
Yeah, that was the name on the search warrant that I received, the copy of the search warrant, when I did receive these records from T-Mobile.
All right. Now, are you aware that the T-Mobile records actually contain a different name?
Yes.
Do you remember what that name was?
I believe the last name was Freeman.
Okay. Is it common, in your training experience, have you ever had records received that didn't have the name of the owner of the device? Like the owner that we have linked to that particular phone number or device?
Yes, since these numbers came from Metro PCS, which is a prepaid service from T-Mobile, and since there isn't a billing cycle that is created since you are paying as you go, I have seen in the past names of famous people. I've seen many different names because you don't have to register your real name, your address, because a billing cycle is not set up.
Okay, so can you give us an example of some names that didn't actually belong to celebrities or fake names that you've encountered in your training experience?
I have seen, Chris Rock, like you said, a lot of celebrity names. I've seen Big Booty Ho as one of the names.
So is it fair to say on this pay as you go, someone could come in, get an account, and give the name Big Booty Ho, or Chris Rock, or Superman, or Mickey Mouse, and T-Mobile or its subsidiary, Metro PCS, will create an account for that person named Big Booty Ho?
That is correct.
All right. So in this case, the records reflected a different name, last name of Freeman, not Larry Jenkins.
Correct.
All right. So you said there was a search warrant. That search warrant articulated that this device belonged to Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, also in this, before we begin the animation, we see a yellow pen here at 4900 Monarch Street in Dallas, and in parentheses the word crime scene. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yeah, that was the location that I was provided of the crime scene, and I marked it within Google Maps.
Okay. I'm going to clear that up. All right, so let's start this presentation. So just so the jurors are clear, if they see a blue pin, that's related to the GPS tracking device. If they see a red pin, that is related to the call detail records or the cellular records believed to belonging to Larry Jenkins.
Correct.
All right, and I'm gonna, just so the jurors understand, I'm gonna stop the presentation as we go through and see one of these pop-up boxes. Do you see this pop-up box here at 6 seconds with a blue border, a tracks pop-up box?
Yes.
Mr. Gamble, can you tell the jurors what kind of information you see in or is gathered from this particular communication?
Yeah, so this is the first record within the presentation, and all the information within there, the target, the serial number of the device, the event type, the latitude, the longitude, and even it shows that these were provided in UTC and converted to Central. All this information is within one line of record within these raw records on the Excel spreadsheet that I received.
All right, so this first communication or transmittal of information is at 1:56 and 10 seconds, and that has been converted from UTC to Central Standard Time.
Yes.
Or CDT, actually. All right, and we see that this is the GPS tracker, and that this device, the GPS tracker, is moving. That's the event type we see here, right?
Correct.
All right, and then you also have gathered information about the speed of the device. How fast was the vehicle and the tracking device going at 1:56 and 10 seconds?
Approximately 24 miles an hour.
All right, can you tell the jury, you're familiar with the city of Dallas, relatively familiar?
Yes.
What area is this device located?
That is showing in uptown Dallas.
Okay, so not too far from where we are here at the courthouse.
Correct.
All right, let's move on. Continuing publishing the presentation. I'm going to pause the video or the animation at 19 seconds. Now what we saw here leading up to the pause is we saw a handoff zone, a red handoff zone, and then we see another tracks box for T-Mobile. Can you tell us about what we're seeing here at about 19 seconds?
Yeah, so within that same minute of time when you saw the GPS record from the auto tracker, a T-Mobile tower was also accessed at 1:57 a.m. and 7 seconds. It accessed the internet using this specific tower and sector from T-Mobile.
So 1 minute after that GPS device that we just saw a few seconds ago in the presentation, we see that the T-Mobile device belonging to Larry Jenkins is being accessed, and it's in the same area. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, one thing I didn't ask you, Mr. Gamble, I forgot to do this when we were chatting about the records. When T-Mobile would send records, especially in 2019, what kinds of information or records would they provide to law enforcement?
Yeah, depending on what is listed, we can receive call detail records, CDRs as they're referred to. And T-Mobile, those are actual voice phone calls that are inbound and outbound, and texts inbound and outbound. There's also another set of records that you can receive from T-Mobile that is data, internet access, when you are accessing the internet using their cell towers. So rather than Wi-Fi or plugged in, if you will, you are actually on your device accessing the internet through the T-Mobile network, the cell towers themselves.
So that could be maybe accessing Facebook Live, right?
Absolutely.
That could be using Google Maps to try to find out where you need to go, right?
Right. There are many different ways to access, many different things to access on the internet.
And T-Mobile actually maintains those records and the latitude and longitude of that device at that pinpointed communication.
The title that is used, correct.
Thank you. All right, continuing on and publishing States Exhibit 170. Okay, so I'm going to pause the animation at 33 seconds. Now what do we see with this track's pop-up box?
Yeah, so this is another GPS coordinate from the automobile tracker showing that the vehicle is moving, and the latitude and longitudinal coordinates that is in the records.
All right, so the vehicle is still moving. It's the GPS tracker, and at what time do we see the GPS tracker being accessed?
Yeah, this is at 1:58 in the morning, approximately.
Okay, so 2 minutes after the initial GPS tracker. And
Yes.
Does it appear that the cell device and the GPS device are still in the uptown area?
That is correct.
Continuing on with the presentation. I'm going to pause the animation at 43 seconds. What do we see in this track's pop-up box?
Yeah, in the at 1:58 a.m. and 42 seconds, once again, the phone belonging to Larry Jenkins, the T-Mobile records show that this device is accessing the internet and using that sector that is overlaid and the tower that is in the direct vicinity of that GPS location from the automobile.
And so in the prior GPS tracks box that we saw, that was at 1:58 and 11 seconds. This is 1:58 and 42 seconds, which is about 31 seconds later.
Correct.
Continuing to publish States Exhibit 170. I'm going to pause the animation at 56 seconds. Can you tell us about what the next track's pop-up box shows us?
Yeah, at approximately 2 a.m. and 11 seconds, there's another GPS record. Shows the vehicle moving at a low rate of speed, and then the latitude and longitudinal coordinates that were collected.
And you say low rate of speed, that's at 5.59 miles per hour.
Yes.
So barely moving.
Yes.
And this is at 2 a.m. and now we're not in Uptown anymore, is that right, Mr. Gambrell?
Right. The vehicle is shown through the records to be moving farther east.
East of 75, Central
Correct.
Expressway. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Continuing the animation. I'm gonna pause the animation at 1 minute and 9 seconds. Okay, we have another pop-up box. Can you tell the jurors about this piece of communication?
Yeah, so the last 3 GPS hits were in this location. This one is at 2 a.m. 2:04 a.m. and 7 seconds, and it shows that the vehicle is stopped, and it even as long with the latitude and longitudinal coordinates, it does give an address of 4241 Capitol Avenue in Dallas, USA.
4241 Capitol Avenue in Dallas. And that is at 2:04 a.m.
Yes.
Continuing the animation. zoomed into this last tracks box that we've just looked at 4241 Capitol, can you tell the jurors of pause the video at the animation at 1 minute and 46 seconds? What are we looking at here at 4241 Capitol?
Yes, so the last GPS hit from the car tracker shows the vehicle in a parking lot across from this Whataburger.
Now, this particular Whataburger, are you aware that the cross street at Capitol is the cross street there is 2428 North Haskell Avenue in Dallas? That this is at the intersection of Haskell and Capitol?
Okay, I was not aware of that.
Okay. If we saw the maps, if I went back, would you be able to confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue the animation. And actually, let me pause for just a second before I go forward. That Capitol address, does there appear to be a parking lot?
Yes.
And is that parking lot, let me go back just so the jurors understand that your testimony here. This parking lot here, pause the video at 1 minute and 58 seconds. Does that directly face the drive-through of that Whataburger?
Yes, it does.
And I'm going to pause the animation at 2 minutes and 19 seconds. We see another red handoff zone. Can you tell the jurors what we see here?
Yeah, so at 2:05 and 45 seconds, Larry Jenkins' cell phone accesses the internet. This is a data record, and that the record 1340.
And this is 2:05 and 45 seconds. And again, is this where this device is accessing data? Is this to the east of Central Expressway?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be that this device is moving closer to the area of 4900 Monarch Street?
Yes, from the previous record, it does.
Continuing the animation. And then we see an azimuth. And I'm going to pause the animation here at 2 minutes and 32 seconds. What kind of information is gleaned from this tracks box?
Yes, so this is the GPS record from the automobile at 2:08 a.m. 25 seconds, showing that the vehicle is moving at 13 miles an hour.
Continuing the animation. I'm going to pause the animation at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We see here at this tracks box, what time is this one?
This is at 2:10 a.m.
And what kind of communication or transmittal do we see here?
Yeah, this is the GPS coordinates of the GPS tracking device on the vehicle.
And the vehicle appears to be going about 29.83 miles per hour.
Correct.
And does it appear to be getting closer to the 4900 Monarch address?
Yes, it is in the direct vicinity of that address.
Okay, let me pause the animation at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Now, what time of is this particular communication?
This is at 2:12 a.m.
And which device is it?
This is the automobile tracker.
So how fast is the vehicle moving at this point?
It says 0 miles per hour, so it could be rolling to a stop. It could be coming to a stop.
Could it be idle? Could it just, the car's turned on and just park, with the foot on the brake as opposed to moving forward or backward or anything like that?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Now, where in relation to 4900 Monarch Street is this device, is the GPS device at this point?
I did not measure it, but it does look within meters.
Okay. Continuing the animation. Pausing the animation at 3 minutes and 28 seconds. What kind of communication do we have here, Mr. Gamble?
Yeah, this is a T-Mobile data record at 2:13 a.m. Showing that the device belonging to Larry Jenkins is accessing the internet.
And that is 1 minute before the GPS 2:12 and 25 seconds that we just saw a few seconds ago in the
Correct.
presentation. So does it appear that the GPS device and the cellular device for Larry Jenkins, that they're together or very close to one another?
In the close vicinity, correct.
Okay. And so now this cellular communication at 2:13 a.m. Is this in the vicinity or very close to the area of 4900 Monarch Street in Dallas?
Yes, it is.
Continuing the animation. Pausing the animation at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Mr. Gamble, what kind of communication do we have here at this point?
Yeah, this is another from the GPS tracker on the vehicle at 2:17 a.m.
So is the vehicle moving at this point?
It is moving at 7 miles an hour.
Okay, so is it at or near the area of 4900 Monarch Street?
Yes, it is at that location.
Continuing the animation. Pausing the animation at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Mr. Gamble, what does this tracks pop-up box indicate?
Yeah, this is another GPS record from the tracking device on the automobile at 2:19 a.m. and it shows the automobile moving south from the location of the crime.
So it's a couple of blocks away on Monarch, past Monarch.
Correct.
It's not the device. Excuse me. Let me correct that question. The GPS device is no longer at or near the vicinity of the crime scene at 4900 Monarch. Is that right?
That's correct. It's showing that it's about a block south.
And it appears that it's on another street and to the left of the crime scene.
Yes.
And how fast is the vehicle going at this point?
It's showing 0 miles an hour.
And this is at 2:19 and 19 seconds.
Correct.
Continuing the animation. I'm pausing the animation at 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Mr. Gamble, what do we see here at 2:20 a.m. and 56 seconds?
Yeah, this is another GPS record from the tracking device on the automobile.
And how fast is the vehicle going at this point?
It's showing approximately 6 miles an hour.
And does it appear relatively close still to the 4900 Monarch, but still not on top of it, like it was before?
Correct.
This is about a minute after the prior tracks box, is
Yes.
that right? Continuing the animation. Gambrill, at 2:22 and 25 seconds, what kind of pop-up box do we have here?
Yeah, so this is another T-Mobile record, but this is an actual incoming voice record from 469-688-2040, and it lasted for 36 seconds.
So this is a little bit different than what we've seen in the prior T-Mobile records, is that right?
Yeah, this is the actual first voice call record that we've seen.
So Larry Jenkins' device is making a call to 469-688-2040, and that communication lasts 36 seconds.
It's actually an incoming voice call. He's receiving a call from that phone number.
Thank you for correcting me. So he's receiving a call from that phone number. And at what time do we see that this call is being received to the defendant's device?
At 2:22 and 25 seconds.
Now, it appears that we're kind of moving away from the offense location, but it's still pretty close. We're kind of in the area of Peak and Haskell and Ross. Is that right? At least that's where the tower is located?
That is the location of the tower, correct.
Okay. Continuing the animation. I'm going to pause the animation at 5 minutes and 1 second. We see another tracks pop up for the defendant's device. Can you tell us about the information gleaned from this pop up?
Yeah, this is another T-Mobile data record. So at 2:22 a.m. and 28 seconds, the same device accessed the internet.
And this is about 3 seconds from that incoming call that we just saw a few seconds ago.
Correct.
Continuing the animation. Now let me pause the animation at 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Mr. Gambrill, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, this is another record from the GPS tracking device on the automobile at 2:22 a.m. and 56 seconds. And it's showing that the automobile is moving at approximately 31 miles an hour.
And does it appear that it's actually moved away from 4900 Monarch Street?
Yes, it has.
Continuing the animation. Let me pause the animation at 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Now, does it appear at this point that this device, and we'll talk about which device it is in just a second, that this device has moved quite a bit of ways away from 4900 Monarch Street?
Yes, it is accessing a T-Mobile tower farther south from that location. This specific record is now an outgoing voice call that was made from that device to that same phone number at 2:27 a.m. and 41 seconds.
And so this would be, just to be clear on the record, this is the defendant's device trying to connect to or call out to 469-688-2040.
That is correct.
Was there, we noticed in the next box beneath that duration in parentheses seconds that it's blank. Can you tell us what that indicates?
That could indicate that the call wasn't received, didn't pick up. It went to call waiting. I'm sorry, not call waiting, but to call records.
Okay. Or like it went to voicemail or something like that?
Correct.
All right. And that's why we don't see any communication or length of time?
Yes.
Continuing the animation. Now that was 2:27. I'm going to pause the animation at 5 minutes and 49 seconds. This is also 2:27:42. So the other one was 2:27:41. That was the outgoing call to that 469-688-2040 number. At our animation here at 5:48. Oh, gosh, sorry. 1 second. T-Mobile pop-up box. What information is gleaned from this communication?
Yeah, so at 2:27 a.m., 42 seconds, the T-Mobile device is accessing the internet using that tower.
And it appears that they're in the same vicinity
That is correct.
from the prior outgoing call that this device made.
Yes.
Continuing the animation. All right, let me pause the animation at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Now, Mr. Gamble, what are we looking at here?
This is another record from the GPS tracking device on the automobile. It is showing that the vehicle is moving at approximately 19 miles an hour at 2:26:55.
Okay, so the previous two tracks boxes were the defendant's device, and we saw that at 2:27:41 seconds, there was an outgoing call. At 2:27:42 seconds, there was a data attempt to connect to data through that device. And now, here is just about 1 minute before 2:26:55, the GPS device is accessing or is moving, appears to be moving at 19.26 miles per hour.
That is correct.
Does the T-Mobile device, does the device for Larry Jenkins, and the device for the GPS tracker, do they appear to be at or near the vicinity of one another?
Yes, they are.
Continuing the animation. Pause the animation at 6 minutes and 10 seconds. We see another tracks pop-up box. What kind of information do we see here?
Yeah, this is from the automobile GPS tracking device at 2:28 a.m. 56 seconds, and it shows the automobile moving at approximately 12 miles an hour.
And that's 2:28:56 seconds, so about 2 minutes after the last GPS communication.
Correct.
Continuing the animation. Pause the animation at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What does this tracks pop-up box indicate?
Yeah, this is another GPS record from the automobile tracking device. It's showing it farther kind of southeast, and it's moving at approximately 23 miles an hour.
And this is at 2:32:56 seconds.
Correct.
Continuing the animation. I'm going to pause the animation at 6 minutes and 56 seconds. What kind of information is gleaned here from this tracks pop-up?
Yeah, so at 2:36 a.m. 26 seconds, this is showing that the automobile has stopped. This is from the GPS tracking device, and it has stopped at 470-14715 Mill Place in Dallas, Texas.
And
With-
so, I'm sorry. go
I'm
ahead.
just saying with the coordinating latitude and longitudinal coordinates.
And this is 2:36 and 26 seconds. And this is the GPS device. Is that right, Mr. Gambrill?
That is correct.
All right, continuing the animation. Okay, pausing the animation at 7 minutes and 39 seconds. What kind of tracks pop-up box do we see here, Mr. Gambrill?
Yeah, this is a T-Mobile record at 2 a.m., 2:41:30, and Larry Jenkins' device is accessing the internet at that time.
Does it appear that this device is at or near where the GPS device was about 5 minutes before in the last tracks record?
Yes, it does.
All right, I think we'll pause here,
Yes.
for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for lunch for an hour, 15 minutes. Please remember the court's instructions. Do not discuss the testimony so far, do not do any, research on social media, and, do not discuss with anybody else, okay? So let's be back here at, what's, an hour, 15 minutes from now? At,
1:10.
1:10, thank you, 1:10.
All right, so adjourned.
You all may be seated.
Greg, if you want to go, you can be back.
Mr. Jenkins can, go in the order. And secure the courtroom for lunch. Yes, ma'am.
May we briefly approach you?
No. The answer is no.
No.
Okay.
I'm off to lunch.
Okay, very good. Try.
Hey, doll, how are you? I know that this is fun. Greg Gambrell, who was testifying here before we took a break for lunch today. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Now, earlier, Mr. Gambrell, we were talking about your presentation in States Exhibit, I think it's 170. I keep getting the exhibits mixed up. So let me draw your attention to what's already been previously admitted, States Exhibit number 193, 173, which we know to be Fraser Courts, with an address of we see here 4804 Elsie Faye Higgins in Dallas. And coupled within here, we see Mill Place. And Mill Place kind of runs around here in this neighborhood. Is that right?
Correct.
That you can see? It kind of circles throughout. We also see Beulah Place. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Beulah actually also kind of runs around in States Exhibit 173. We see it kind of here. We see it here. And the streets sort of, both of those streets sort of circulate within the Fraser Courts neighborhood. Now, let me go back to your presentation. And I just want to play that last 45 seconds of your presentation, starting at 6 minutes and 56 seconds, which is when we see the GPS tracker heading towards Mill Place. All right. I'm sorry, Judge. Could we dim the lights just for another minute or so?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now that we've seen the map in States Exhibit 173, and we're back to the animation here in 170, we see that this device is headed to that neighborhood. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we see here in this tracks box at 2:36 a.m. that the device appears to be headed towards Mill Place in Dallas.
Yes.
Continuing the presentation. And the presentation appears to be zooming in specifically into the Fraser Courts area at about 7 minutes and 16 seconds. We see that the device for the defendant appears to be here at 2:41 a.m. in the same vicinity on September 23rd, 2019. Is that right, Mr. Gamble?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, we can turn the lights back on. Thank you. Pass witness at this time, Mark.
Any question, Ms. Witness?
Yes, ma'am. Can you put that back up?
The animation?
Yeah. Now again, for about the 27th time, Mr. Gambrell, in that upper corner we have Larry Jenkins T-Mobile records, correct?
Correct.
Larry Jenkins' name is not on the T-Mobile records, correct?
It is not.
Right. And even if Larry Jenkins' name were on the T-Mobile records, it wouldn't make any difference, would it? Because you said people use different names all the time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you go forward to the first blob?
The first red handoff?
Yeah. Please.
Yes.
Now, in that particular location where that red stuff is, that's supposed to be that phone number up there, right?
That is a phone record, yes.
And that phone's supposed to be in that red area somewhere?
That is the estimated area of coverage or handoff range, yes.
Okay. So that phone could be anywhere in that area, correct?
Correct.
Now, there is no way of putting the phone inside the white Chrysler 300, is there?
Not with these records, no.
Okay. And you didn't have any information on another darker car that may or may not have had a tracker on it. The only car you were given to track would have been the Chrysler, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had also, you had no other telephone numbers to track, correct? Just that one up there.
Those are the records I processed, yes.
Okay, now, in that, do you recall how close that Whataburger was to the crime scene?
The Whataburger to the crime scene?
The Whataburger that we focused in on, do you remember how close that Whataburger restaurant was to the crime scene?
I don't know in miles or meters or feet, no I do not.
Okay. If the phone had been at that Whataburger at the time of the offense, would that have shown up in that red blob?
Yes, it would have.
Okay, no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. But, Mr. Gamble, when we talk about the Whataburger that Mr. Franklin's referring to, and let's get to that actually. It's at 1 minute and 8 seconds. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is about 1 minute and 45 seconds into the presentation. This Whataburger that we're talking about, that's assuming that the device is actually being used. That's how we would get a record, some sort of record or indication that the device has latitude and longitude, right?
Correct, it would have to be being used.
So, and we don't have any information, at least at 2:04 a.m. Well, let me correct myself here. Hold on a second. We know at 2:04 a.m. and 7 seconds, the GPS is hitting off of Capitol, which is where the Whataburger appears to be, right at that intersection. And then we know, as we zoom here, that the device appears to be at or near that at 2:05. The defendant's cell phone appears to be at or near that device at 2:05:45. Is that right?
Correct, it is accessing that tower within that range.
Okay. I don't have anything further at this time, Your Honor.
Will you put that back up there, please?
Mr. Franklin, do you wish to?
I wish to have what you just showed up there.
At the same point?
Yeah, that same point that you just asked him that question. Not there, the one where you had the big red circle.
It's coming out. Just 1 second.
Okay, there, stop, please. Okay, so that phone is somewhere in that big red circle?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objections from the state
No
judge.
objection.
Thank you, sir. Please leave. All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state recalls Detective Scott Sayers.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Sayers, you were the same detective that testified before this jury. It would have been Tuesday.
I am.
I'm going to take you back to a little bit of your testimony with regards to the phone records and the Facebook records for Frank Lucas, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your training experience as a homicide detective, do people always use their true name on when they get a phone?
Not always.
And what would be the benefit to someone of not having their true name on the phone records as a subscriber?
So they can operate as just a fake name, not their true name. We see it. It's quite common in the cases that I investigate.
Okay. And do you recall the Facebook records belonging to Frank Lucas? We reviewed some of them with the phone number for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I do.
Now, at this time, can state publish states 161?
You may.
Sorry. Ready?
And we see the portion of this exhibit that lists the phone numbers provided by the account holder. Verified indicates the account holder responds to text sent to this listed phone number. Recall that?
I do, sir.
And that phone number would be 214-482-6381.
That's correct.
All right. We're going to scroll down a little bit. Sorry. And again, these are the records for Frank Lucas. Now I'm going to go down to page 296. Okay, do you see this Facebook record?
I do.
And do you see that there's a thread created here, thread number thread number 247-022-680-307-0264.
Yes, sir.
And it lists participants, that's on 10/25, 19 is the end of the thread, I'm assuming, okay?
Yes, sir.
And it said participants Juana Love and Frank Lucas.
Correct.
And you see on the body here, it says author Frank Lucas, say hi to your new Facebook friend Juana.
Correct.
And it says on 9/30/2019, Frank Lucas, Juana missed your video chat. You see that?
That's correct.
And you see the author of the next portion is Frank Lucas and sent on 9/30/2019 at 3:23:13 in UTC. This Larry answered.
Correct.
And again, the defendant's name is Larry Jenkins, correct?
Correct.
Now of course, John.
You may.
Now you also said that there was certain media that is captured with regards to Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And
You can post videos. People can post videos on your page, stuff like that.
let's show you what's
Pictures.
been marked as States Exhibit 1. Have you had an opportunity to review that folder of media?
Yes, sir.
And is this coming from the search where you obtained with regards to the Frank Lucas Facebook records?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you believe with the jury and understand your testimony?
I do.
Now, at this time, I say we'll offer States 171 to the defense counsel. Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 171 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to close, Judge?
You may.
Are you familiar with Facebook Live?
I am.
And what is Facebook Live?
So Facebook Live is great if you got a kid that plays soccer like me and your mom is not there to watch. You can Facebook Live it and she can watch and your grandparents can watch from Houston or wherever they're from. And it allows you to watch whatever's happening live. And then after it's over, you have the option of posting it to your page or deleting it or keeping it permanent.
Okay. And who do we see here on this Facebook Live?
Larry Jenkins.
Sorry. But you can clearly see that this is Larry Jenkins, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to these records, you can find out from the Facebook when this was posted, correct?
Exactly. So when you get the records like I explained before, you have a PDF and then you have also a group of videos. What you do is you can take the title of the video that was right there, and if you go into the PDF, you can put that in the search box and it will take you straight to the post of where that video popped up. Obviously you can't watch a video in a PDF form, so they send it to you in two different forms. And if you want to look at a picture, you take that, find out where it was posted in the actual Facebook.
One second.
I had to hand type them in.
Yeah, that may be.
If you do like the last 7 or 8 numbers and you search it, it'll find the whole number. The PDF will.
Okay.
Just saves time.
And so if we were to go back to states So if we go back to that number, which is 115148026550192, we can see that this was uploaded on 9/24/2019 at 5:15 UTC, which would have been at about midnight on the 24th, correct?
That's correct. And the description of it was mood.
And it says video uploaded by account holder here, correct?
That's correct.
And that's page 592 of the records.
I'm sorry, say again?
And I'm just for the record, that is page 592. So shortly after this offense, this is a Facebook video uploaded by Larry Jenkins.
Correct.
And it's clearly Larry Jenkins' face in the video.
Absolutely.
Just permission to approach the court
You
reporter.
may.
Now, permission to publish page 160.
You may.
And page 160 would be the Frank Lucas cover photo, correct? Profile picture?
That's correct.
And it lists September 23rd at 12:11 a.m.
I can't see the bottom. If you could just move the picture up a little bit, Drew. There you go. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can also on Facebook find out when this photo was uploaded, correct?
That's correct.
One second, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm going by hand. And so if we look at photo ID number 113-784-233-353-238, we can see that this was the photo and that this was uploaded by the account.
Correct.
And this is page 263 and 264 of this exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
And again, we see that this was uploaded at on September 23rd, 2019 at 5:11 UTC time, correct?
That's correct.
That'd have been about 12:11.
Yes, sir.
Now, and again, going back to the top of the records, you got this phone number, Detective. Based on review of the record, do you have any doubt that this number has been verified by the account holder You have any doubt in your mind that this is Larry Jenkins' phone?
No doubt.
So when you requested this search warrant for those records, you were searching for Larry Jenkins' phone records.
That's correct.
One second, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, one other thing. Do you know Larry Jenkins' date of birth?
February of, I think 97.
Would be February 19th.
Yes, sir.
And so also in these records, it lists date of birth provided by the account holder at the time of production. And what's that date of birth?
February 19th of 1997.
And that is on page 8 of 653.
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead and pass it this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Detective Sayers, you never had an individual talking on that phone to Larry Jenkins, correct? You never could identify anybody who was actual person who was using this particular phone number that you say belonged to Larry Jenkins, talking to Larry Jenkins. Is that correct?
I wasn't a part of the conversation, or I wasn't able to hear the conversation, if that's what you're saying. The records show that there was a conversation.
But you don't know who.
That's fair. Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. And that number, that telephone number is associated with that account and his birthday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And still, the name on the account is Frank Lucas. If he has access to that Facebook, he can upload anything he wants to, correct? He can put any pictures on there he wants to, right?
Yes.
And because he did that on that particular Facebook account does not mean that he himself set up that Facebook account with that telephone number, correct?
I don't know who set up the account, but he's using it as his account.
Okay. All right. And we don't know what happened to that. Well, are you saying that we had an upload on 9/23, correct?
Yes.
To the Facebook.
Correct.
But you didn't have to have a phone or anything to upload that. Yeah, that could have been uploaded from anywhere, right?
Any device that accesses Facebook that has that picture can be loaded into Facebook.
Can be loaded.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. That's all we have.
Thank you. State.
If there's no further questions, this Your Honor.
All right, latest witness be released.
No objection from the state.
No objection.
Thank you, Detective. Be released. Call your next witness.
May it please the court, counsels, ladies and gentlemen, jury, at this time, state rest.
Thank you. What says the defense?
May we approach?
Yes, you may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 20-minute
right there, please.
We can put that on the record anytime you're ready, Judge.
Okay, let's get on the record.
Okay,
All right, if y'all will be seated, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking to the attorney. All right, let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney. The state is present, we're outside the presence of the jury. The state, having rested, what says the defense?
Your Honor, we are going to call the defendant, Mr. Jenkins, briefly for the record.
All right. Mr. Jenkins, would you stand up for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You want him to keep standing?
You can stand there, yes.
Mr. Jenkins, we have gone over with you your constitutional right to testify on your own behalf, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And we have explained to you that it is your absolute right to testify if you so desire.
Yes, sir.
And you have indicated to us that you did not want to testify in this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so at this particular point in time, the defense will rest and not call any witnesses. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all we have, Judge.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, has anybody forced or coerced you to make that decision?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you understand that you do have an absolute right to testify. If you
Yes,
want to,
ma'am.
you also have that right to remain silent, and you're choosing to remain silent at this time. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Off the record.
Judge, I realize there's one more thing with the charge that needs to be amended, on the application paragraph, on page 7.
Okay, hold on, let me.
Sorry, if we're going to that.
And this is off the record for now.
Okay.
On what page?
Page 7, Judge, on the application for murder.
Yes.
So I realize that we don't have, so on that section, the third line, 2019 in Dallas County, the defendant Larry DeQuan Jenkins, acting on his party as term has been defined at blah, blah, blah. Unlawfully, intentionally, or knowingly caused the death of Andre Emmett, comma, an individual hereinafter called deceased. Because that's what tracks the language of the statute, by shooting Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon.
The Andre Emmett,
Comma, the deceased.
Caused the death of Andre Emmett, comma, an individual, comma, hereinafter called deceased.
Which one are you using at? Which one are you looking at? Because it's
I'm
in
sorry.
the
bottom of
charge.
page 7.
Yes, I'm looking at page 7. That's what's in there.
Well,
I must be looking at it, am I looking at the wrong?
Maybe there earlier.
I gave you.
Oh, this is the one Drew handed me. If that got corrected earlier, I'm sorry.
No, that's the one I gave Drew, but, and the latest one, I saw where she
Yeah,
was
see, it doesn't
trying to,
have-
it's at the
yeah,
bottom
You're
of
down
page
here.
7.
Yes,
The
under
bottom of page 7.
the
Yeah.
bottom under murder, yes.
Yeah, under murder, not the capital murder.
Okay, I see. I'm looking at it.
Now, is it under robbery, is it?
No, no, for murder, it's just murder, you have to articulate that it was an individual hereinafter called deceased.
Oh,
That,
okay.
did that get changed and I just didn't know that? I'm
No, no.
sorry. I
Okay,
apologize.
I'm looking at a different one. This is different than what I have. And I have the, well, let me make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
I mean, is that?
Is that?
That's what I'm talking about. Positive Andre Emmett, comma, an individual.
And I just
Okay,
made the
Hereinafter
change
called
okay,
deceased.
I got it.
that you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, that
I
should
just
be in
made-
there. It's in the one that I have.
Oh, okay, then I don't have that version. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't,
Oh, it's not, sorry.
No, I didn't, that
It's under
latest one
capital.
didn't have it in it, okay,
Okay, go ahead and put that in there.
I did.
Okay.
Thanks,
And then-
Judge.
Is that the only?
I think so. Sorry, I'm just a little nitpicky. I apologize, but
That's okay.
No, it should be.
That's why I gave it to y'all to look at earlier, so this is the time.
it's your charge, not
It's
mine.
my charge, but do you have an objection? I'm going to ask that on the record.
I,
I don't think that we do that. I didn't think it was that big a deal. It's the
All
same.
right, has the defense noticed anything that they want to address on the charge?
No, ma'am, I think we cleared everything up.
Okay.
if you have one more, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry for being anal retentive. Page 8, under
Okay.
the aggravated robbery application. I think there's surplus language, when it comes to the line, starting with Andre Emmett's name. So it's, the line above it says, property intentionally or knowingly or recklessly caused bodily injury to Andre Emmett by shooting Andre.
What line are you referring to?
So Judge, the last paragraph that starts with if you believe from the evidence,
Oh,
go
Okay.
2 lines up.
oh,
You see Andre Emmett's,
Yes.
Andre Emmett, comma, by shooting Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon.
Yes.
That language, I don't think tracks the statute of the ag rob. I think it needs to just, that needs to be removed, and it should just be cause bodily injury to Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. We don't have to prove that he was shot in an ag rob. So I think that adds an extra burden to the state. I know that evidence is already in front of the jury, but
So how is it an extra burden to the state?
well, it's an extra element that we would have to prove that he was shot for aggravated robbery. All we have to show is that he suffered, that it was an intentional, knowingly, or recklessly caused bodily injury, but we don't have to show the manner and means by shooting under the robbery statute.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
okay, so what am I taking out on that one?
I'm asking that by shooting Andre Emmett be removed.
Okay. So, knowingly or recklessly caused bodily injury to Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon?
That's what I would ask for.
Okay. Any other observations?
Nothing from the state at this time, Your Honor.
Alright. And I am removing the extraneous language. Since no extraneous is canceled. Alright, if there's nothing else, Ms. Holt, go ahead and print the final.
Okay.
Judge, do we have permission to go to the bathroom while,
Yes.
while she's printing? Lovely. So Judge, after the defense rests, then I'm assuming that the court will go into closing arguments?
Yes.
Is that right? Or- Is that okay?
Oh, one other thing, Counsel.
Just,
I'm taking out the, on or about language regarding the, return of the indictment for when the offense was committed, because I don't think there was any issue raised as to the date of the offense. So, that will be taken out.
Understood, Judge. I went ahead and asked the return date because you had it in there, so I thought, let me just go ahead and make sure we got that covered too.
All right, let's find out the jury.
Judge, one other question. Do we have permission to remove our masks during closing arguments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, how much time are we gonna get the sides?
45 minutes. Do you need more than that?
Nope.
No,
We were
let's-
thinking 30.
30 minutes is actually.
30, 45 minutes, that's fine.
Judge, could I have a 10, if I use 10 minutes, will you let me know?
Yes. How many minutes does the defense request?
You said 30, 45 minutes, but either one's fine.
What
Just
do you
give me
want?
a 2-minute warning.
Do you want 45 minutes or 30 minutes?
30 is enough.
Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. We're on the record. Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Now, the state having, rested its case in chief, what does the, defense say?
May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense rests.
Do both sides rest and close?
Rest and close, Your Honor.
Rest and close, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence in this case, all the testimony. And I will now read you the charge that's going to guide you during your deliberations in this guilt or innocence phase. Please listen carefully. I'm going to give you a copy of the charge. I'll give it to the bailiff. I'll give you 2 copies of the charge, okay? So even though it's going to sound a bit lengthy and all that, you will still have it in the jury to guide you. But listen carefully. This is the law that will guide you during your deliberations. After I read the charge, both sides will present their closing arguments before you retire. Okay. In the state of Texas versus Larry DeQuan Jenkins, this is the court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed on or about September the 23rd of 2019 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. You are instructed that the law applicable to this case is as follows. Offense. A person commits the offense of murder if the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if he intends to cause serious bodily injury and intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. A person commits the offense of capital murder if the person intentionally commits murder as that term is herein defined, in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery. Robbery is a felony offense. A person commits the offense of robbery if, in the course of committing theft, as that term is herein defined, and with intent to obtain or maintain control of the property of another, the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. A person commits theft if he unlawfully appropriates property with intent to deprive the owner of the property. Term definitions. Actor means a person whose criminal responsibility is an issue in a criminal action. Another means a person other than the actor. Appropriation and appropriate mean to acquire or otherwise exercise control over property other than real property. Appropriation of property is unlawful if it is without the owner's effective consent. Attempt to commit an offense occurs if, with specific intent to commit an offense, a person does an act amounting to more than mere preparation that tends but fails to effect the commission of the offense intended. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Deadly weapon means A firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or B, anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance or any device readily convertible to that use. Deprive means to withhold property from the owner permanently or for so extended a period of time that a major portion of the value or enjoyment of the property is lost to the owner. Effective consent means assent in fact, whether expressed or apparent, and includes consent by a person legally authorized to act for the owner. Consent is not effective if induced by force, threat, or fraud. In the course of committing theft means conduct that occurs in an attempt to commit, during the commission, or in immediate flight after the attempt or commission of theft. Individual means a human being who is alive. Person means an individual. Owner means a person who has title to the property, possession of the property, whether lawful or not, or a greater right to possession of the property than the person charged. Possession means actual care, custody, control, or management of property. Property means tangible or intangible personal property, including anything severed from land, or a document, including money, that represents or embodies anything of value. Mental state definitions. The following definition applies to the offense of capital murder. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The following definition applies to the offense of murder. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The following definitions apply to the offense of robbery. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or to circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to circumstances surrounding his conduct or the result of his conduct when he is aware but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct, by the conduct of another, of which he is criminally responsible, or by both. A person is criminally responsible for the offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt in the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, indicted, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require the defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Burden of proof. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is not required to prove that a person is guilty beyond all doubt. The state must simply exclude all reasonable doubt about the person's guilt. If the state fails to meet its burden, you must acquit the defendant. Right not to testify. Every defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent. The defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so, but this is a privilege afforded every defendant. And if he chooses not to testify, that fact cannot be held against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations, or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. Application of the law to the evidence presented. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about September the 23rd of 2019 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, acting alone or as a party, as that term has been herein defined, intentionally caused the death of Andre Emmett, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of said deceased, then you will find the defendant guilty of capital murder. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of murder. Application of law, lesser included offense of murder. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about September the 23rd, 2019 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, acting alone or as a party, as that term has been herein defined, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, or knowingly cause the death of Andre Emmett, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by shooting Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of murder. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either capital murder on the one hand or murder on the other hand, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser included offense of murder. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of aggravated robbery. Application of law, lesser included offense of aggravated robbery. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about September the 23rd of 2019 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, acting alone or as a party, as that term has been herein defined, did there and then unlawfully, while in the course of committing theft of property owned by Andre Emmett, and with intent to obtain or maintain control of the property, intentionally or knowingly or recklessly cause bodily injury to Andre Emmett with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of aggravated robbery. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either capital murder on the one hand or aggravated robbery on the other hand, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser included offense of aggravated robbery. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either murder on the one hand or aggravated robbery on the other hand, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser included offense of aggravated robbery. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings, and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. Concluding instructions. You are charged that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding this case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You as the jury are charged with listening to all the evidence presented in this case. With this in mind, a general rereading of a witness's testimony is not permitted. Portions of the transcript may be read back for differences if you are in disagreement about what a particular witness said in response to a specific question or subject matter. After you retire to the jury room, you will select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is the presiding juror's duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. During your deliberations in this case, you must neither consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should neither consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the bailiff who has you in charge. Your written communication must be signed by the presiding juror. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court regarding any question you may have concerning the trial of this case. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to consider your verdict. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, or if you desire to communicate with the court, please use the jury call button on the wall and one of the bailiffs will respond. Signed by me, Honorable Judge Chica Anya, Criminal District Court Number 7. And on the back of this charge is a verdict form. And I'll read it out to you. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, guilty of the offense of murder as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, guilty of the offense of aggravated robbery as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Larry DeQuan Jenkins, not guilty. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. And as I said, I will give the bailiff 2 copies of the charge, 1 exact copy and 1 signed by me for your consideration. All right. Having read the charge, are both sides ready to proceed with closing arguments?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
All right. Ready to proceed.
Your Honor, permission to remove my mask for closing arguments?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. May it please the court, counsel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, on Monday, I spent a lot of time talking to you guys about the law, and 3 important things I discussed with you guys was I talked to you about what types of evidence you would expect in a case like this. I discussed with you all witness credibility, and I talked to you all about law of parties. All right, and there was a reason I discussed all of those types of laws, and I threw those hypotheticals at you, because that is what was critical in this case. You all gave me different types of evidence that you would expect in a case like this. We didn't have all of that evidence. We didn't have DNA. We didn't have fingerprints. Why? Because Larry DeQuan Jenkins and his cohorts, Keith Johnson and Michael Lucky, destroyed that car with Charzelle Fields. We don't have that car because it's a pancake sitting in some lot somewhere. What we do know is this. We know Larry DeQuan Jenkins, we know he's a liar. You know why we know he's a liar? Because he creates fake Facebook accounts with fake names and fake cell phone accounts with fake names because he wants to hide who he is. But we all know on September 23rd, 2019, Larry Daquan Jenkins was with Keith Johnson that day of Andre's murder. We know that he was there the day before in Fraser Courts. Now, I went through a lot of testimony with Mr. Cheney this morning and Mr. Gambrell about the 22nd and the 23rd. I went through tedious lines through the GPS records and the cell records, and I did that because I wanted you to know they were together. I wanted you to know that that vehicle was in Fraser Courts, which you learned is where the defendant hangs out to see his girl. You know he was in the area of Beulah and Mills Place and Elsie Faye Higgins, the 22nd. You know that Chrysler was there, and you know that because his uncle sat here and testified to it. That is consistent with those GPS records. You also know the following day that the GPS records and the defendant's device that he uses to post cute little photos and videos of himself on Facebook Live track with the Chrysler 300. And they track from Uptown, which we know is where Club Theory is. And they track to Capitol Avenue and Haskell, which is where we know that Whataburger is, because Larry Daquan Jenkins and his crew hunted that night. Andre Emmett was a celebrity. That's what Detective Sayers told you. He is just as important to Detective Sayers as every other victim he has to investigate a homicide about. But everyone knew Andre. Everyone knew Andre was a good guy. He's the man that we want all of our children to look up to. This is the man who did right by people. And so when he drove home that night at 2 o'clock in the morning and he's parking in that driveway and he's getting out of his car after having gotten some food that night, he is gunned down in the streets like a dog at the hands of Larry Daquan Jenkins and his co-defendants. And he ran. And he tried to save himself. And what happens? They chase him. And you know that Larry Daquan Jenkins' device and that vehicle track. They track from the Whataburger. They track to Monarch and Bennett. They track down North Prairie. So when the defense on Tuesday morning got up and said, the state is going to give you a house of cards, well, that's simply nonsense. Because we gave you more than that. It's not a house of cards. What they want you to believe is that we can't prove that Larry Daquan Jenkins had something to do with this murder, that he is not a party or the shooter. And that's what I want to talk to you guys about. We talked about parties. I gave you that aggravated robbery example at the bank. Y'all remember that, right? And in that example, I made myself the planner. I made Mr. Taylor the gunman. I made Ms. Parker the driver. And I talked to you guys about what the roles were. And I said to each and every one of you, I asked you, who is criminally responsible for this offense? And you said everyone. You said me, you said Mr. Taylor, and we talked about why. And then I went down the road one by one, and you all promised me that if you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of capital murder, you would be able to render a guilty verdict of capital murder in that circumstance. But that's what we have here. On page 4, I'm going to read party liability again. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct, by the conduct of another of which he is criminally responsible, or by both. A person is criminally responsible for the offense committed by the conduct of another if acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person commit the offense. That's what happened. That's what happened here. You may not believe he's the shooter. You may believe he's a party. Whatever it is, you just have to be unanimous. That's what the application paragraphs state here. If 6 of you think he's the shooter and 6 of you think he acted as a party, that is capital murder. You just have to be unanimous on the offense. That's all that's required. Now, let's talk about some of the witnesses that testified. You heard a whole host of witnesses this week, and you heard witnesses that you are not going to go have high tea with on Sunday afternoon. You may not agree with R. King Jones's life. You may not agree with Dominic McNeely. You may not find Jamal Hardy tasty. That's fine. But all of them gave corroborating information that is consistent with the records and the evidence that has been previously provided to you. They corroborated the evidence that we have provided you. And you know what? They owned up to who they are. They owned up to their criminal offenses. Nobody in this room told me they were a perfect person. And these folks, they're not perfect. But what they did tell you is supported through the cell records and the GPS records and the other testimony that's provided. And they told you Larry Daquan Jenkins was running his mouth in the streets. That he shot him because Andre saw his face. He could have just taken the necklace and the watch. They could have done just that and left. They could have done that, but they didn't. Render the only true and just verdict in this case. Find Larry Daquan Jenkins guilty of capital murder.
Thank you. Defense?
May I please the court, may I have permission to read mine ask as well, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I lied to you when I said it was a house of cards. Really? So I lied to you? No, I didn't lie to you. And you know what? Miss Elamazzi wants to stand up here and say they owned up to what they are. So what is she trying to say? Is she trying to teach you to blame him because he chose not to testify? That's exactly what she's doing. She's commenting on the defendant's right to remain silent. Because you know what? They're ticked. Because all they had was a bunch of hooks and crooks to come in here and try to put him at the scene. And they know you're smart enough and bright enough and intelligent enough to see through it. They can't put him there. Oh, it's because Keith Johnson and Michael Lucky decide to crush the car. Nowhere do you ever hear Detective Sayers say that Larry Jenkins had anything to do with getting rid of the Chrysler. Who got the Chrysler? Chazelle. Bula. Who was she dating? Who was she living with or was living with her? Keith Johnson. And who's with him in a separate car, getting rid of the white car? Michael Lucky. He is not anywhere near that, but they want to put him right in the middle of it. And how now, when they don't have anyone other than hooks and crooks that can tell you that he's involved, they decide to use Facebook. They decide to say, he's such a bad guy, he changes his name. He's such a bad guy, he doesn't even put his right name on his phone record. Well, fine. He doesn't put his right name on his phone records. He doesn't put his right name on this. The point is, they can't even prove he's using that phone. Oh, wait, yes, they can. But isn't this interesting? They've got the video that's the day after the offense, at 5 o'clock in the morning after the offense, on the 24th. And then they've got this picture before the offense happens. this picture. This is supposed to make you just know that he's on that phone and that he's the one that's there. So we'll get back to that in a minute. They want to make you feel like he's the bad guy. Those are the good guys because they came in and told you that they rob and steal and hurt people for a living. Our king tells you that the reason he's here is because Larry Jenkins turned him in for 3 offenses that he's facing in this courthouse, engaging in organized criminal activity and 2 aggravated robberies. That's why he's testifying against him. And he told you, you lie against me, I'll lie against you. That's it. It's penny in a pound. They'll do whatever they need to do. So he's good because he admits he's a crook, but he lies on people because they lie on him. Dominique gets up here and tells you, yeah, he wants to deal with Club Fed. He wants to get a better cut. He admits it. He buys stolen property. He gets extradited when he comes back from Paris that apparently pays with his drug sales. And he's a good guy, but he's going to tell you that this guy comes up to him for no reason at all and just has a conversation with him about a murder. That's how they put him there. Because guess what? One of the ways you figure out who's on a phone, since everybody passes their phones around, good Lord, half the time I can't even find mine. Somebody's always on it. You find out if they're actually talking to a person. So what does the person tell you who does all the mapping? There's not even a conversation. It's a phone number calling a phone number, and that's supposed to make it him? No. When you asked Detective Sayers, did you even check to see if it was them having a phone call? Did you even ask Giselle if she called Larry Jenkins or if he called her? No. So you don't even have anything to back up that anything happened on that phone or that he's the one on that phone. So they've got to find a way to put him on that phone. They've got a way to get the phone to follow the car but put him with it. So they bring Jamal Hardy up here. Yes, Janelle says he's sitting there right by a car, but not the car they want him to say he's sitting by. He's sitting by a different car. But he sees the white Chrysler, and he says there's a whole bunch of people in it, but I don't know who is in it. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he doesn't want to be as big a snitch as they want him to be. Maybe he just pretends he doesn't know because he doesn't want to tell. Because you know what? Being a snitch out on the street isn't a nice thing to be either. You can get in trouble for that stuff. So maybe he just decides he tells what he wants to tell, but he doesn't tell it all. But they still don't have him in the white Chrysler or in the dark car that the gentleman who was on the street, sitting on his patio, drinking a beer and watching TV, saw. He saw a white car and a dark car, and he saw a bunch of people around it, but couldn't tell who they were. And he wasn't the only one. I mean, you've seen the video. You know something happened in that driveway. You know what happened to Andre Emmett. But what they want you to do is take what other people say, people who you wouldn't trust, to come near your house because they might steal your stuff. People who would probably hurt you if you wouldn't let them. But they want you to trust that what they say was told to them is enough to go along with what you hear from the good people of that neighborhood and what they saw and what that video shows to find him guilty of something. That's how they want to make it beyond a reasonable doubt. What's on the video, what these people over here who tell you he says, put with what the other people say. Now the people who wanted to help him, the DJ that found him in the street and didn't even know it was his friend, they told you exactly what they saw. I mean, don't you think he wishes he knew that that was his friend when he went over and touched him? You know he did. You could tell he was emotional about it. But he didn't even recognize him. But he felt bad. But he told you where he went, and he told you what he always did. The guy that was sitting on the porch, he told you exactly what he saw. He said, I wish I could have identified him, but there's not enough lighting out there. I couldn't tell. But I know there was a dark car and a white car. And that's what we kept hearing. When Detective Sayers got up and testified, he testified, I believe that the white car and the dark car were working together. And I believe there were other people in those cars. But I don't know who they all were. And I can't tell you who was riding in what car. I mean, Detective Sayers at least admits when he doesn't know something and tells you what he does know. Does he believe that that phone was being used by Larry Jenkins? Of course he does. Because he's the one that filed the warrant to get him arrested, to get him in here. So of course he believes it. But does that mean it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt? No. That's probable cause. He's got probable cause to believe that he may be involved in this. He gives it to a grand jury, and the grand jury says, yeah, there's probable cause. It's up to you people to decide if it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, we know Andre Emmett lost his life that day. September 23rd, 2019. He was too young to lose his life. He was too young to be away from his children, to leave his mother. Somebody was robbing him. Now, one of the witnesses, R. King Jones, keeps talking over and over and over about the fact that he says Larry Jenkins is the one. You hear the first two sayings in the tape, and you can take the tape back and you can watch it and listen to it all you want. The first two things that are said, he says, are both Larry Jenkins. But I asked him, when you talked to the DA, you kind of told it a little different. And poor Mr. Taylor didn't know it, but according to R. King Jones, he's a big fat liar. Because he says he never said it that way. But in his interview, I said, you said one guy was Pierre Love, which you'd also already heard about from Detective Sayers. One guy was Keith Johnson. And I said, I think he even may have been thrown in Mr. Lucky. Oh, no, I never would have said that. No. See, one thing you gotta learn is sometimes in the neighborhoods, people don't want to rat out certain people. They don't mind ratting out other people that maybe they don't like. They don't want to rat out people that they actually have a bond with. So just because you're sitting up there and you raise your hand and say, I'm going to tell the truth, doesn't mean you're always telling the truth. That's true. So, that comes down to that witness credibility we talk about. You can believe some of what some people say, all of what some people say, or absolutely none. But when you wash those people out based on whether or not they're saying it because they're getting back at someone, or they're saying it because they think they're going to get a deal, or they're saying it in a certain way because they just don't want to talk about it, but they're doing what they're going to do just to get through the whole situation, like Mr. Hardy. He didn't really want to be here. You got that sign pretty fast today. He did not want to be here. You can set those people aside, and then you look at everything else. You look at what Detective Sayers has told you. You look at what the people out there on the street told you, and you look at what you can really prove. And one of the other things you look at is what we call circumstantial evidence. Okay? That means, does it fit? Does it look right? Okay? So that's where you go back to that video, and you look at the video. And you look at what you can see of the people. Now, you can't really see them when they're beside the car, but you can hear voices. And you can tell that the voices aren't all exactly the same, because they kind of overlap. So it's like one person's talking, another person's talking, and someone else is talking. And part of it may be that you're hearing Andre in the background a little bit too. But then you see people running. And so when you're seeing people running, you want to talk about a house of cards. They're very proud of this pretty picture. They're very proud of those shoes and that outfit that they've got Jenkins wearing about an hour and a half before they say he's supposed to be standing in a driveway shooting a man? And ladies and gentlemen, those shoes light up. They stand out in the dark. And those aren't the shoes he was wearing. Ladies and gentlemen, they want you to believe he was there because they charged him, they indicted him, and he's in front of you. They want you to believe he was there because he hangs out with people like the ones you met up there. And because those people know him and they're talking about him. And the streets talk. That's what Sayers told you. The streets talk. That's how after a year with Michael Lucky and Keith Johnson under indictment, all of a sudden Larry Jenkins gets added to the mix is because the streets talk. But ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to listen to the streets. You can look at the facts and the evidence given to you. And you can decide for yourself whether or not they prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Larry Jenkins had anything to do with the capital murder. Whether he was the shooter or whether he was a party, you still have to decide that he did something. Ms. Alamazi sits up here and says to you, I gave you an example of law of parties. I never went to the crime. So is it now that he's like the mastermind and he's standing off in some other place way away from the car, or he's sitting in the car waiting for them to get back and he's calling the shots? Where all week long they've been saying he's the shooter, now they're changing their tune? Or is he sitting at home answering the phone? What exactly are they going to change their strategy to get you to believe that he's a party to this? When they stood up here the first day and said, he's the shooter, amen, that's it. House of cards. Because you can't even build it, because you can't even figure out which way you're going. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to decide. Are you just going to decide that he did it because they want you to? Or did they really prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Can they prove that he's a party? Can they prove that he's the shooter? Can they prove that he had anything to do with it? The reason you have lesser included offenses on that charge is because there is a legal way you deduce whether or not it is a flat out not guilty. If the 12 of you that end up going back in that jury room cannot make a decision as to whether or not you believe that Larry Jenkins is either a party or a primary actor like the shooter in the capital murder, you can go to the next step, which is murder. And then again, the instructions will lead you then to aggravated robbery, but you know at the very end, if you can't all agree beyond a reasonable doubt to any of the offenses, the answer is not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened to Andre Emmett was wrong. It was bad. But there's nothing good and there's nothing helpful by giving them a guilty verdict on capital murder on Larry Jenkins simply because he might have been involved. Or they want him to be involved, but they just can't prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to find him not guilty because he's not involved. And even their own evidence proves it.
Thank you, counsel. State?
You have permission to remove my mask as well?
Yes, you may.
May it please the court, learned counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I did stand up before you all the other day and tell you that Larry Jenkins pulled that trigger. I am not backing down from the fact that Larry Jenkins pulled that trigger. And what I knew when I talked to you all about that R. King Jones and Dominic McNeely were going to take that state. I had run their criminal history. I knew what they had been convicted of, accused of, and done in their life. I knew I was going to call them to the stand. Do you wish I would have had some choir boys, a couple nurses, some nuns? But I don't know if they hang out in the East Dallas projects. But I know who does hang out in the East Dallas projects. And you people pretty well know, it's typically the people who do dirt, they hang around people who've done dirt. And so I knew when we were going to bring those people to you, that you all were going to tell me, Drew, you cannot just rest on them alone. You need to bring corroborating evidence that tends to connect what they're saying to being the truth. And so we started. Detective Sayers, from the beginning, told you all there were always 3 names involved. It wasn't a year later that Larry Jenkins was involved. It was immediately. Who was involved? Keith Johnson, Michael Lucky, and Larry Jenkins. Detective Sayers told you that was the initial tips you were getting. It wasn't a year later that this came about. No. Immediately. And so I said, we need to look at the evidence that tends to connect each thing. So we started with that car. Alexa Aina's ring camera didn't catch it. But luckily we had Justin Baker looking out his car. And what did he see? Larry Jenkins following Andre Emmett, shooting at him. And another person running to that white Chrysler. So now we start with a white Chrysler. We got a good start. And then we brought you Daniel Murray, who said that he's on the front porch and he thinks it's weird that a white Chrysler with somebody in a red hat just got out and went to the other car. He thought it was strange. He saw the police and he decided he was going to tell them that information. Okay? So Detective Sayers started an exhaustive search for white Chryslers, looking for any kind of ties to a white Chrysler. But remember, he had those 3 names. Keith Johnson, Michael Lucky, and Larry Jenkins. From the beginning, he knew that once he put that video out, that the streets would start talking even more. And with the help of Cynthia Kovacs, guess what? We got a link. One of the initial names in this investigation, Keith Johnson, his girlfriend drives a white Chrysler. We got the paperwork, you can look at it for yourself. She bought that white Chrysler illegally. False pretenses, charged with it. Charged with tampering, guilty to those charges. And so now we have, is there a direct link between Keith Johnson and Charzelle Fields? Yeah. We got pill bottles at the house. Okay, so now we've linked one of the initial names to the car. What's next? We can put one of the initial names. Remember, Detective Sayers said initially Michael Lucky was involved in some way. Involvement being possibly being a shooter, but now we're getting him helping chop up the car. First, that Jerry Brazil didn't want to take, but then eventually Marvin Eldridge crushed the car. No evidence could be taken from that. So we got one of the initial names associated with that white Chrysler. Now what we need is there any link between Larry Jenkins and that white Chrysler? Now, counsel will have you believe that for some strange reason, someone else is uploading photos and doing FaceTime on Larry Jenkins' phone. I don't know how many people who you all let strangers use your phone to upload pictures and do FaceTime. We talk about this photo. We don't know when this photo was taken. We know when this photo was posted. Everybody know who Frank Lucas is? It's not Larry Jenkins. So the belief that somehow Larry Jenkins is not with his phone, even though his phone is tracking on top of the GPS tracker. Remember, I told you, they did not realize that there was a tracker affixed to that car. So when they're at Theory, Larry's at Theory. When they go to Whataburger, Larry's at Whataburger. When they go to Dre's condo, Larry's at Dre's condo. Then they go to 1810 North Prairie, Larry's over there. They go back to East Dallas, over in Fraser Court. Where's Larry at? Over there, visiting his girlfriend. I appreciate the fact that Jamal Hardy gave us that. Now we know why he went back to where he was at. And so now we have linked Larry to the Chrysler 300. But here's what counsel has forgot to mention. Because there's one thing we still needed. Is there a link between the person whose vehicle it is and Larry Jenkins? Yes. Remember, I went through those phone records. 30 minutes after the murder, Larry Jenkins is calling Charzelle Fields. Why would Larry be calling Charzelle Fields? Keith Johnson's girlfriend. Remember that. You can take the records back. 30 minutes after the murder, he's calling her. You know why? Because it went bad. He pulled the trigger. There's no other reasonable explanation as to why Larry Jenkins will be calling Charzelle. But I'll give you one. That it's because Detective Sayers said there are no other calls between Larry and Charzelle. Ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable deduction is it went bad with Larry pulled the trigger, him and Keith got back in the car. Oh shit, we gotta call Charzelle because we gotta get rid of this car now because Larry pulled the trigger. So to say there is no link between Larry and Charzelle and Larry and Keith Johnson is just not true. 30 minutes after, right before he head back over to Fraser Court, he's calling Charzelle. Or they are calling Charzelle. Because remember, they got back in the car together, drove around North Prairie, and the two cars drove off together. Ladies and gentlemen, we knew that this was a circumstantial case, but these are the circumstances in which it is inevitable conclusion that Larry Jenkins pulled that trigger. That Larry Jenkins, along with Michael Lucky, other people, and Keith Johnson, remember one of the initial names Detective Sayers had, that they followed Andre and set him up to rob him. But as Dominique Neely said, he asked him, because the streets had heard me talking about, why would the streets be talking about Larry doing something that Larry wasn't even there? Because he ran his mouth. Why he had to shoot that man? He had his stuff. Because he ran. I'd do it again. That's what he told him. You saw the video, what did Andre do? He ran. And he shot him. And so Arkeet said, yeah. I asked him to close him out. He said, if I go down for it, well, we're going to war in the streets. We all going down for it. He said, I had to shoot. So y'all think that our king and Dominique wanted to get up here and be labeled as snitches for a lie? See, Dominique was so honest with y'all. When Mr. Franklin asked him, why don't you call the police? He said, that's not what we do. Where we're from, we don't call the police. There's this weird code of silence because it gets you labeled. Things happen to you. Our king told you that he told you before they shot him before. That's how you know they're telling the truth. They put their lives on the line. They can't go back to their communities. And you think they did that for some odd reason to put Larry in this? No. They put it because that's what happened because Larry, he messed up. They had Dre's stuff. They had it. But he saw his face. And he pulled the trigger and he shot him. He chased after the shooter. And then just kept on his day. They called Charzel, told him what happened. They said, you gotta get rid of the car. It's gotta go. They crushed it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is evidence. This is evidence. We didn't just bring you a story. We brought you the corroborating evidence that shows that, you know what, these dudes may not be people I want to sit down and have lunch with, but they did the thing that violates the street code. They told the truth. Now, counsel said that our king came out here and said that he lied on people with bullying. I don't like, he ain't never said that. You can request that record. And did he ever say if I lie on you, you lie on me? He never said that. He said he was here to tell the truth. They got no deals. I cut no deals. Nobody. And they still came down this courtroom to tell you the truth. You know how when you get no deals, that judge for Dominic can say, I don't care. Whatever judge for our king say, I don't care. And they was have came down and told y'all their truth. The truth of what they know, or what they were told. And again, when it comes to my notes with our king, you guys can review you request a transcript. He said that he thought one of the voices was Pierre, one was Larry, and one was Keith. People, Larry, Keith, people involved in his offense. Ladies and gentlemen, it is sad that the lasting memory that Andre Emmett had was being gunned down, crawling, asking for help to end his life. It is equally as sad that the last memory that Regina Oliver has of her son is him bathing his daughter and watching YouTube. But the lasting memory they will walk out of this courtroom with is hearing the verdict of guilty of capital murder. Not because of what I'm saying, not because of what Ms. Almazi said, but because of the credible evidence, the corroborated evidence, the cell phone evidence, the car evidence. The cell phone call to Charzel because, man, you messed up. That verdict of capital murder, guilty, will be because those were not simple, but because we brought you evidence, credible evidence, a lot of evidence, painstakingly at time evidence, to show you that this man stalked this man, along with that crew, and murdered when he didn't have to. And so we're going to ask you to find Larry Jenkins guilty of capital murder.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence. You have counsel's closing arguments, and you also have the charge of the court. The alternate jurors will remain in a separate room that the bailiff will show you. You are not to partake in the deliberations unless something occurs with one of the substantive jurors. And we will stand in recess until you arrive at a unanimous verdict. All my instructions previously will continue to guide you until this case is over. Does everybody understand?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Sheriff, please take us through the deliberation. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. recess for the day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I want the evidence. Hi, how are you? How's it going? Unless John's done it. Do you family know to come back?
I'm not telling.
Lulu, how's everything? Good. How are you?
I gotta go up and get a pace parking pass.
Okay, see you tomorrow, kiddo.
Okay, your steps in the Oh, I love it. I was supposed to be in Carl County tomorrow, but I. See you tomorrow morning.
All right, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good.
What they requested. They requested.
My doctor told me she wanted it, but she didn't.
Yeah.
And then as soon as school was about to start, she decided that was not what she wanted anymore. And so she took the extensions off, so now her hair's got shoulder length. And one of her teachers, made them do posters to introduce themselves to their classmates. That was one of their projects. And so, it really turned out good. She really did a good job. So, you dive in front of her red and it's.
I am.
Yeah, but, she's really good at it. Thanks, Judge. See y'all. Bye, Patty. Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you in the morning, Judge. Bye, Robbie. Bye, Summer. Get some rest. Oh, really?
This morning was strangely
All right, guys.
except for the big trucks of the
Step with me
flag.
for one more day.
Fashion model.
Hey, yes, what? It came out in trial.
Y'all leaving the camera here or taking it with?
She wants to ask you about the camera. It came out in trial that, there were rumors that it had been tried to be sold at, Townie's Bazaar and also at the Big T Bazaar, and they'd actually gone out looking for the watch. Now, the necklaces, that never was rumored, but the watch was a big rumor. And there was, this was in Sayer's testimony, the rumor was that, Peter Love is the one who was, yeah, he's a non-indicted, but it's rumored.
Everybody's short staffed. They monitor at home, you know, like, I'm feeding it to all the stations. So, I can't do shows live shot because I have to serve the other station. But usually if there's somebody in the hallway, you just leave the transmitter out there. But it's a little, nobody out there to keep an eye on it and to bring everything in here, but then I have to bring all these hot spots to get the signal out. Because it's, we're in a vault here. Yeah. I'm surprised anybody can get text and all that stuff in here. And I don't know who it'll be tomorrow. It could very well be me, I doubt it, because we're supposed to do a rotation. But let's do it again, one way or another. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome.
Everybody's on? Okay.
All right. I'll be either inside or outside. One way or another.
So we just did that with what about those CDs or the discs that have all that, you know? The state.
I'm gonna go clean the chair off.
Do you have, Summer's number? Betsy, do you have Summer's number? Summer.
Yes, ma'am.